hello and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. We're back. We did it. Everyone's here. Small technical issues at the beginning. But we're here now and everything's fine and we're good. So assuming that nothing else at all can possibly go wrong, we will continue going. Yeah, no, it's just not gonna happen. Everything's fine. All right, cool. I'm Tommy Cotton. With me, as before, Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, and we're here to continue telling the story of 4 new drifters on the planet of Manifest. But before we get into any of that, recaps and all, Addie, I'm going to pass the attention over to you. Do we have any announcements?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first thing is that we are back and plan to be back every week. We had our technical difficulties last week because of the whole snowstorm across the entire world thing. And then but we are on every Tuesday at 9/8 Central. If you want to get a notification when we go live, you should hit that little bell down below, which is the follow button. It'll let you know when we go live or we start hosting another channel, anything like that. If you have the bandwidth and you want to support our channel even further, you can share our channel with your friends or subscribe. Subscribing gives us a little bit of money, which it allows us to invest back into the stream to get cool things that make your viewing experience.
See, the dog has found his chew toy.
Better. So much better. Man, I was so prepared. I had it. Oh, and if you subscribe to Amazon Prime, you get 1 complimentary subscription included with your Prime subscription to Twitch Prime, and you can assign that to our channel if you love us enough to do so, which we hope you do because we love you. Other than that, every month we are highlighting a charity or charitable organization that we love and support and want you to love and support. And February's is Black Mamas Matter Alliance, which you can find more information at blackmamasmatter.org. This is an organization that helps women of color and more focused on Black women who are in their prenatal and postnatal medical care, and because that demographic is statistically more likely to receive lower quality care, and it provides physician resources for better education and also advocacy for those women while they are pregnant and after they've had the baby, because they're at a much higher risk. So if you have the platform, bandwidth, or time or energy or whatever during this pandemic to go over there and support them in any way you can. They have an amazing packet that you can download that will help you explain what it is they do, and then also how you can the many ways that you can help. They also are part of a network of other advocacy groups that are all vetted and wonderful. So we would encourage you to head over to blackmamasmatter.org to check it out for yourself. Other than that, we've got the usual. We are on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram.
Look, Instagram's gonna pop off soon, all right?
One day I'm gonna be like, guys, we put stuff on Instagram. And you can find us there at Manifest the RPG. and or Manifest RPG, because Manifest the RPG was taken on Twitter, which I feel like was maybe just me signing up for it, forgetting, and then like never finding
Certainly,
it.
this was a personal attack on us.
We'll never know. Anyway, that's all of the very typical stuff that I have every week for all of you. I'm sure you just love hearing the spiel. But Tommy has a new update for all of you about quality of life on the stream.
So, I'd like to draw all of viewers' attention down to the bottom of the chat. You'll see a little Waypoint Game Designs logo down there, and you'll see that the channel points for this channel have been changed to be viewer grit. You earn channel points or grit by basically watching us. Subscribing makes it so you accumulate them at a faster rate, gifting subs, so on and so forth. Lots of great ways to get it. But the more you watch us, the more points you get. And there's all sorts of fun default rewards that you can spend those points on. You know, the stuff that Twitch usually has, like highlight my message, so your message is all blinged out in the thing, and like unlock emotes. We have some emotes now that are specific to this channel. It's right now we have Jan's so mad at me. Right now we have depending on what subscription level you're at, you've unlocked either Porter, Eloise, or Gus. And also, if you contribute bits, you unlock the last season's characters, Roland, Pax, and Kinsey. You'll notice that Dex isn't an available emote on any of those options. That's because we need more subscribers. Once we get more subscribers, we'll unlock more slots for emotes, and then you'll be able to spam the chat with Dex every time he lands like an impossible shot.
Free Dex,
Yeah,
guys.
100%.
Hashtag free Dex. You gotta
He is the
subscribe.
hottest one, right? Like, come on.
Oh my gosh.
Get some.
He's the hottest one. He's like a young, hot Eminem.
And I see Argetlam has already started to notice some of the custom things that we that we've added as rewards. So you'll notice if you look deeper into the rewards, you can modify those emotes and stuff like that. But also, for a significant amount of your channel points, you can contribute grit to the game. You can give grit to an individual player. That is a limited per amount of there's a limited amount of times you can do it per stream. And then you can also contribute grit to the GM. And that's a lot less limited. So feel free to just funnel more and more grit my way so I can make things nice and difficult for these guys. And also, if you think about it, you give grit to me, I use grit on them, they get grit. So it's kind of like a discount way to get them
No,
grit.
absolutely not. It is not the same thing. No.
It's not trickle down grit.
Don't let Tommy fool you. I have a vast wealth of channel points, and I was told I'm not allowed to launder that into grip for myself through him.
It's true. I can deny this. Yeah, so feel free at any point to spend some of your channel points to throw some grit out. I see we got some Porter emotes in the chat now. Yeah, so those are the new channel points upgrades and new emotes available. Tell your friends about the stream. Let's get some more subscribers in here. We can unlock more emote slots and continue to bling out the chat. But that's it for the upgrades to the stream as far as emotes and channel points go. So now it's time to move into the actual play. But before we do, let's go ahead and reacquaint ourselves with these characters and the beautiful art that Kate May has provided us. So let's check out these 4 characters and teleport our minds to the world of Manifest. All right. So, we've been away for an extra week. So I'm gonna do a little bit more of a recap here, and then we did end last session in the middle of initiative. So I'm also gonna like talk about the lay of the battlefield as it was left off. So these four drifters met in the iconic settlement of Waypoint, became fast friends, and joined each other on a job provided to them by Bobby Rockwell, the LRC operator of Waypoint. Bobby entrusted Eloise to acquire companions to basically deliver some really high-tech LRC tower supplies to the town of Las Feudas, which has been without an LRC tower for some time. These four drifters were specifically warned that they should expect some bandit activity, because Bobby Rockwell believed that the bandit activity in the area was people attempting to get this stuff specifically. Because it is pretty heavily regulated stuff. So they hit the road, and things were going fine, and then they saw a dead body on the side of the road. And there was a trail that led off the road to some rockier terrain, where they saw kind of a rundown camp. Turns out that camp was bait. It was surrounded by wassets, these large creatures that kind of burrow just a little under the ground, with like large, wide bodies and big, teethful maws to chomp down on anyone who steps on them. And so when these drifters approached the camp, the wassets began to attack. And from afar, bandits began to fire on them. So they scattered, they took cover, some shenanigans ensued. Gus has begun to run forward. Gus has run up to some of the more hilly terrain, gotten a little bit of cover from the sniper, but still has just an insane amount of distance left to go to get to the sniper. The sniper's 1,500 yards or something like that, far away, very, very far away. And then a little bit further down amongst those kind of hills and rocky outcrops, there is another bandit who has engaged with Dex, as Dex has kind of stepped up onto the hilly terrain as well. And that bandit is kind of much more accessible for Gus. Meanwhile, two of the three wassets have begun to scatter, as Gus has punched them into submission and scared them off. But one wasset is still very angry and very hungry, and is pressing upon Eloise and Porter, who are kind of behind cover from the sniper, still around that kind of central camp area. A little bit back from the camp, the way these drifters came from, is the wagon that houses all of their stuff and the supplies that they've been tasked with transporting. And that wagon just got a new occupant, as another bandit appeared at the front of the wagon, grabbing the reins, using what appears to be an illuminated power to teleport into the wagon to gain control of it. So currently, Eloise, you are closest to the wagon, but you are also closest to the wasset that is surrounding you with its limbs. Porter, you're a little bit further away from the wagon, but not by a significant measure. You are also kind of you're not really in a lot of cover right now. You're just kind of there on the moving ground on a different part of the large wasset's body. Dex, you've moved forward away from the wagon towards the kind of more hilly, rocky terrain where the sniper is. Sniper's still extremely far away, and there's another bandit who's behind cover who you have shot quite a bit. Then Gus, you're basically almost at the same distance forward as Dex, but off to the side behind some different cover, kind of on the flank of this other, well, not quite the flank. You could get a flank on this other bandit with your positioning, though you'd have to move quite some way forward and then to the side. So that's the layout of the battlefield. We ended last session with everyone finishing up with their initiative, so it is time for us to roll initiative again and jump into initiative with some new music.
All right, Addie, let's see how these new dice do.
Oh,
Oh,
Seth, you got new
yeah.
dice.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
No pressure.
No pressure. Woo-wee! All right.
I'm gonna shoot
I wish
the
I had
moon
rolled
on
this-
my initiative.
Wait, what?
Oh, damn.
You
Not
can't
shoot the
after
moon.
you
I'm gonna.
get it.
Sorry. I'm gonna play the gallery on initiative.
Okay.
It's so different, boy. So extremely different.
Yeah, yeah.
I think if you shoot the moon on initiative, it's time travel, right?
Yeah. Okay, so you're playing to the gallery.
They're playing the gallery. Dang it, God. I'm just so distraught by this roll.
I wish I had rolled the dice. I just rolled to shoot anybody.
Oh, no.
Wish I'd rolled mine in a game of Yahtzee. I got a small straight. 13, 14, 15, 16.
Wow.
Oh no.
So you play to the gallery, which means that whatever you augmented it to, it does explode.
Mhm.
I just got to roll a couple more.
Just a couple more things.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is fine. This is fine.
Yeah. Everyone can take a grit as I play to the gallery.
Come on, man.
Oh my god. Because when you roll 3 dice that are one above your target on initiative, you take that.
Y'all remember when he said that viewers can give us grit?
There was a time.
already
grit?
the begging begins.
I'm sure it would be nice to go first.
+1 grit to Gus from Arget Lom.
Hey, Argalum, yeah.
+1
You are
grit
the
to Eloise
best.
from Arget
Oh
Lom.
my goodness.
My
What?
hero.
Oh my god.
+1 grit to Dex from Arget Law.
I may
+1
have burned
grit
this
to
awesome,
Porter.
terrible power too early.
+1 grit to Porter from Arget Law. The full
Oh
sweep.
my goodness.
He did
What?
point out right at the beginning that he had enough. Oh. +1 grit to the GM from Arget Law.
Okay, you gotta be
Okay,
fair.
well,
I
alright,
get it.
alright.
He does say specifically, I'm nothing if not.
Well, that's amazing. Thank you.
Well, yeah, what a sweetheart.
Thank you.
I'll use this for something.
I will probably hoard it and cherish it for a long time.
Yeah, until you can't take any more grit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm already
I just
at
noticed
9.
that it's less.
Bro,
I started with 1.
I just noticed that it's less. It's less to give it to the GM than it is to us, and that the GM did set up these rewards. So
yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, but the GM can make some really interesting choices for us if he's empowered by the chat to do
And
mean
you
stuff.
know that he will.
No.
You know that he will.
why put that out there into the universe?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a discount way to get grit to you guys. Because I'll spend it and then you all get grit. All right. So, did anyone get better than a 9, by the way?
Oof.
I get a 9.
Dex got a
Got
9.
a 9?
Of course, Dex got a 9. Dex, what's your finesse
My finesse is 8.
and your awareness?
5. I told you I rolled very well.
Gus, what did you get?
Yeah, I got 4.
Oh, that's a bad roll.
Yep. Mhm.
Even after playing to the gallery.
Rolled 4 dice. I played to the gallery to get a hit.
Wait.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, if you
You-
roll
if you roll four
dice,
dice-
your static is 4.
I rolled 4 dice after I played to the
Got
gallery.
it. So you rolled 3 and then played to the gallery and got an X1. I might be getting a weird staticky sound from
Yeah.
Gus, I think. Just check your connections on your mic, Gus, if you can.
Yeah, for sure.
Porter
Oh, that's a 6 for Porter.
and Eloise.
I got a 4. It's the best I can do.
Wait.
no.
Eloise and Gus, what are your finesse stats?
Oh, sorry. Do I use my muscle instead because I have into the fray, or does that not matter?
No. It would be muscle because any calculation that goes for initiative is muscle for you instead of finesse. So it's higher
I got
than
8.
Eloise's then. Yeah.
My
The
3
que-
decks, yes.
The question was irrelevant, it turns out. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So, first up, the bandit who is on the wagon
No.
pulls on the reins.
Yeah, he drives. That makes sense.
Yeah. His awareness just barely beat yours.
What was 8 finesse? It'll be fun to shoot him.
Pulls on the reins and begins to kick the wagon basically on a tight turn to escape back out the way it came. So I'm going to roll a quick little test for him. So he does manage to get it basically turned around, and it hasn't really fully gotten like far away. What's the speed modifier on your wagon, Porter?
That's
When it's at its lowest.
yeah, -1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and then so he bumped it up 1 speed from there. So is that still -1
Sure.
or is that 0?
Oh, that's at 0 there.
Okay, cool. That's pretty much all he's managed to achieve is he's turned it around and has it like starting to leave.
All right.
But he hasn't managed to gain a lot of distance in his time. It's not a very swift wagon. But that's his turn. And Dex, you are up. Yeah.
Okay. Can I know I'm like kind of far from the wagon and sort of like in that rocky area where the camp was. Did I get to see this guy teleport onto the wagon?
I did illustrate that there was a sound when he.
Cool.
And
Okay,
so
I look over
I
there
think
and
you
I see
guys all
that.
noticed, and also like the wagon like kicks on, so you hear like the horse kind of like whirring and moving. Like you have enough presence of mind during this fight to be able to notice that the wagon is being stolen.
Okay. I had a whole long thought process to go through as to why I thought what I'm about to do is going to be fine, but then I looked at my reasoning and it's 2. So I'm just going to go with my gut. I shoot the wheel off the wagon.
You're gonna try and damage out the wagon, okay? So this is gonna be a called shot on the wagon.
Yeah.
Seth, I should actually wait. I have your wagon stats. I don't need to ask you any more questions. Aha.
It's all right. I have them if you need them.
No, I don't need you.
And you are the game master, right? That means you should be
Yes.
the master of the game.
Cool. So it's a called shot, so it's a -2, and basically what I'll have this do is at first it will just lower his speed as the wheel gets damaged.
Okay.
Interesting. So I have a 9 right now, but I also have grit shenanigans.
Feels important. I'll play to the gallery to count as 12. Which then explodes. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I have a 12 right now.
Okay. So that'd be 1 net hit.
Oh, sorry. No, it's 3 net hits.
How many?
I also have a 10 and an 11.
Okay. That does change things a bit. I will spend grit then to play to the gallery and count this 13. So yeah, I have 2 13s. So he does manage to, like, you swing around, and the wagon basically gets lifted up by like the rocky ground being broken apart by the wasset nearby, and you basically clip like the ground. You kind of clip the wheel, but not in a way that like damages the axle or anything or slows him down.
Does this feel like a tough shot?
Not particularly. He's a pretty good, like, he's pretty good at handling this thing. Like, he got it turned around really quickly. But like it is in and of itself isn't a particularly difficult shot. It's mostly just that you're trying to like damage the wheel specifically.
Yeah, no. I'm trying to decide whether I shoot at the wheel again or if I go shoot at this person not that far from me.
Sure.
No, I'm gonna shoot at the wheel again.
Okay. This time you're up against a 10. Shenanigans to do.
I will spend 2 grit again to count this 12.
Okay. So how many net successes is that?
It is 2, so it's 10 damage with 2 piercing.
Okay. So yeah, Porter, your vehicle takes 10 damage with 2 piercing. Don't forget its toughness.
Right.
And it was 2 successes, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what we'll do then with that, Porter, your speed track all gets a -1 until you just spend some time realigning that wheel.
All right.
And then I know I don't have the actions left to like mechanically get into cover, but I want to move as far as I can, like towards cover.
Okay, so like back down the hill towards where the wasset is and stuff, or do you want to?
No. Towards this person who was shooting at me.
Okay, cool.
With the crossbow.
So like you've come up, you've taken a couple shots at her, you hit her a bit, and then you hear the warp of energy behind you, and you turn back and see this guy like pulling this like really like grotesque looking guy. He's got like a clouded eye and like a greasy mustache. Yanks on the reins. And so as you're continuing to move forward, you take 2 quick shots back. The first shot like kind of clips one like the outside of the wheel, and the second shot hits it on the axle, and you see that wheel kind of like as it like kind of like comes off of rocky terrain, and it looks a little like slower, and the guy like turns back and like kind of holds himself steady on the like railing by the seat, and then you basically slide down the hill to break line of sight with that guy as you move closer towards the woman with the crossbow. And next up is woman with the crossbow. And what you see, Dex, as you refocus your attention on her, she's like sitting there for a second, sees you, like you shot her pretty good, and then you slide down the hill while shooting behind you, and you're pressing your advantage on her. So as she like backs up, she like stares at you, and you see her pupils flash a whitish gold color. And she's gonna use illuminated power. That actually does not affect you.
Oh, okay. I was all excited to roll dice about it.
I don't see that, right?
For her in particular, you don't have line of sight.
Okay.
You have to advance forward to be able to see her.
Well, I'm not going that way, so.
And she does, and you see her like her eyes kind of linger with that glow around, like basically it's not her full iris, and it's not her full pupil. It's like a ring around her pupil. It's kind of like this like glow as she pulls back from you, and you see like a little bit of like blood come down her nose, and as she takes a drink from a tonic, she wipes the blood away. And because she used that tonic, all of you get a grit. That tonic side effect is gut rot. So I have to spend grit for her not to take damage while healing herself.
I'm so close to max. I'm so excited. Almost at 10 grit. Almost there. Well, no, I'm at 10 grit. Almost at 12.
And those are her free actions, and with her focused action, she is going to fire on you, Dex.
Great.
Oh, I should actually roll for her.
I have a 12.
I hate to point it out, but you did get another GM grit, Tommy.
So I'll count those when like it makes sense. I'm not gonna let them interrupt like moments and stuff, but I'll continue. The chat says sorry guys, finger slipped. This is great. Oh man, I got a few. Yeah, so I'll get to those in a moment. So I haven't collected them yet. So this is done. All right, and then the shot coming on Dex. So you got a 12. He actually won't be able to beat that. All right, I will now collect 3 grit from the chat.
Bunch of traitors. Bunch of fucking traitors.
And I'll go ahead and immediately use that grit to double down, so everyone can get a grit.
I'm at 11. I'm at 11.
Look at what you've done.
And then also, just for good measure, Dex, and I'll explain how it plays out, but I'm gonna use 2 grit on you to bamboozle you twice.
Okay.
So you should be at a -3.
I get it. I shoot the wheel. I'm unfazed by your insight shenanigans. You want to kill me. I have a 9, which is the highest number I'm allowed to roll right now.
Well, you're up against a 10, but you do eliminate 3 other successes by having a
Great.
So that's 4 damage with 4 armor piercing.
Okay.
So
my armor actually stops about half of that damage.
Nice. Thanks, chat.
Yeah. Thanks.
So what happens is you see her use that insight power and quickly like down a tonic, and then as she backs up, there's something in her movement where when she fires at you, it's like you can tell like your gunslinger like senses are able to like follow the like aiming and like tracking of like enemies when they're firing, even though the crossbow. And so like what you realize that's kind of weird about it is as soon as she fires the first shot, she seems to already know that it's going to miss, and then slams another bolt in and fires again where you're going to be. And then she books it over the hill, over the next hill, to break line of sight with you. So if you want to continue fighting her, you have to continue down that way.
All right then.
Next up,
I bet.
a shot does ring out from the sniper's nest.
Oh, wait. From the sniper. Okay.
Yeah, it seems the one who teleported was not the sniper.
I told you.
You're pressing Dex, so she's gonna fire on.
Okay. So this is only a -2 now, right? Because I've been attacked twice. Got it. Okay.
And you're up against an 11.
Oh, that's upsetting. Fate is cruel. Rather than be shot, presumably quite bad based on the other numbers I've rolled, I'm gonna spend 3 grit to go at strong, because I rolled 2 12s. I know it doesn't matter, but like,
I mean, yeah, no, I mean the 12s, yeah, 12s is great. That
well,
means
but like 2 of them doesn't matter. It's just I
Sure.
rolled a 12 and I was like, do I go at strong? Let me reroll my reliability, and then that was also a 12.
nice. Yeah, so you get hit with the bolt. It doesn't stick in you as much as it like grazes your like abdomen, digging into your armor and cutting you a little bit, and then it like kind of breaks and shatters off of you. And you take a couple steps, and then you see the glint, and you realize the sniper's still up there. And you realize like you're the prime target, like strategically, as you are pressing the attack on one of the bandits. And so you like have already been kind of sliding down a little bit while like kind of running. This time you just drop straight down onto like your side and glide down the hill, and the shot right over your head, just barely missing you. And that is that one's turn. Now it's Porter's turn.
All right, finally. Do I have a line of sight on the person driving my wagon?
Yeah, he's got whatever the cover your wagon normally gives.
Yeah, right. So I
Medium
think
cover. He's got medium cover.
medium cover. That's fine. I'm gonna try to hit him with a sleep tonic.
Ooh.
Then he can't teleport either. So I will bamboozle him, I think, let's say 4 times.
4 times, right? That's 4
That's
grit for
right.
me.
That's fine.
I feel like I need to like with this new thing, I somehow need like a little thing in my screen like right here that says how much grit I have.
You need a counter.
I need
of,
a
like,
grit
what's-
counter. Yeah. I could potentially maybe actually do it with you guys too, because I'll know how much grit you spend and stuff. So, and we can all have grit counters on our little like in our windows, and then that way the chat knows. Someone did ask in the chat, what does the GM have a cap on grit? Just asking. And the answer is yes, it's 12. And also, just so you know, I currently have 7. All right.
Caught me over there openly shilling for grit.
You guys started it. All right.
I regret what I've done.
All right. So, Porter. Oh, I'm bamboozled 4 times. You said.
That's right.
God. So I can't. Oh man. Well, so currently, before I spend any grit, I have no successes.
Excellent. Good to hear.
Oh wait, I can't spend grit to go it strong to undo bamboozlement. So what is your highest? Because I might make my own luck.
My highest is a 12.
Okay, I can't beat that at a -4. Do you have multiple successes?
Yes, I have 3 successes. Three successes. Yes.
So it's a 12, and what else?
Right. Although you did say he has medium cover, didn't you?
Yeah, so you're out at -2.
I'm at a -2. It's too late for me to go it strong, isn't it? Or is it not?
No, it's not.
Can I
Not after
still
you
go
roll.
strong?
No, you can go strong.
I think it's worth it.
Okay.
So take 3
That does
more
actually
grit.
remind me, though, because of the medium cover, I'm at a +2 from your -4, so I can, in fact, count this 10.
All right. Well, that's 1 net hit then.
Okay. Cool. I don't have any other grit shenanigans I can do about it, so. But I am glad that I can cancel out some of your successes. Okay,
Yes.
so you get 1 net success. Porter, so the gun you have, we've seen it. It's actually on the screen right now for our viewers. It's
That's
like
right.
this, I mean, it's a little beat up right now. It's not super
It's
great.
a little bit slimy.
Yeah,
That
it's-
nice. Like I'm getting it prepared, and I like get a whiff of it too, and it's not quite pleasant.
Eloise was able to extract it from the mouth of the wasset fast enough that it didn't like degrade in quality.
Cool.
But it is gross and bad. But basically, when you load it, like the tube chunks down, and you're able to slot in a canister. What are your like? You said you were using like a tonic projectile. Can you describe that to me?
Right. So it's the weapon itself kind of looks like a grenade launcher sort of thing, like a little bit longer in the barreling, but the canisters themselves are kind of cylindrical, almost egg-shaped on the end, and you can kind of see the colors of the tonics inside them. And when you load them, you kind of slam it into the barrel, cock it up, and then when it hits you, there's just kind of it's injection ammo, but really it's kind of like almost a contained gas that is when it touches your skin kind of seeps in. So it's kind of like when it hits you, it puffs up that same color.
Okay. So it is an excellent quality tier 2 tonic, correct? Or is it standard quality?
It is excellent quality, and it is tier 2. That's correct.
Okay. So that everyone knows how it works. Basically, negative tonics like this, they give a negative modifier to the negate test equal to twice the tier of the tonic, so that's 4. And since it's excellent quality, there's an additional 2, so that's 2 more. So he's now at -6 to his negate test. And then you got 1 net success, right?
That's right.
Okay, so that doesn't give you any other negatives. Had you gotten more net successes, you would have continued to add negatives to his negate test. But currently he is at a -6 to his negate test. So let me go ahead and look. He is a relatively hardy fellow, but not extremely hardy. All right, and so this is just a straight sleep tonic, right? There's no like extra potency or anything like that.
No, just straight sleep. That's
So
right.
he just needs 1 success to be able to shake this off.
Oh, come on.
But he is at a -6. So man, this is. I almost wish I had like a dice cam on this, but so he rolls 4 dice, normally at a 10 to negate. So he's rolling for 4s. I've rolled a 19, 10, 11, and an 8.
Yes!
I can re-roll one of these with a reliability.
Mm.
It is a 16. So now I have to make the choice do I spend grit to go it strong, which will allow me to avoid your tonic. Interesting. I won't. I won't spend a grit. So what happens, Porter, is you see this guy getting away with your wagon. You chink, like slot in a tonic. Make sure to mark off the tonic because you did successfully hit.
Right.
And then you, and it arcs up and breaks against the like side of your wagon and sprays this guy in the face with what colored mist is it for your sleep?
It's like a lavender. You know,
just,
very peaceful, calming.
Just like, and it hits him in the face and kind of sinks into his skin and his eyes. And as he like kind of hits his eyes, like, and tries to wipe his good eye clean, he like kind of gets a little woozy looking. Let's go to the reins. Your automaton horse is currently set to continue moving.
Oh no!
Because we've established that's how it works. So the wagon does continue moving, but it doesn't gain any speed as it just kind of like starts trotting away. And this guy falls asleep in the front.
And Porter calls out, "Cedex, shoot the bandit! The bandit!" Not my wagon.
I'm too far away.
You like hear a little bit of something. You hear like Dex, but you don't know what it is. You're too busy being shot at multiple times. All right, so two of the wassets you do see start like going. Like, they're not very fast creatures, but as they start to pull away from this fight and find like avenues that they must have taken to come into this camp to leave. But the one wasset that is kind of nearby Eloise and Porter is going to attack. It's still very angry. And Eloise.
Yes.
You are right by the mouth of this thing. So it's going to use a focused action to try and grab you in its mouth.
What? No, I disagree. Oh no.
You're currently up against an 8.
I have an 11. So.
Okay. Yeah, so the ground...
I just like cram my shield like over its mouth. Like, no!
Yeah, the ground breaks and like your legs like spread and you see the like teeth spinning underneath you. And as it tries to chomp up, you just shove your hand down and like the energy shield like catches the blow and you don't quite like cartwheel as much as you like roll over this thing and rip your shield out of its mouth. And
if it looked cool, it was not on purpose, so.
And it is going to double down, so everyone can take a
No,
grit.
I don't like it. No, I don't want it. Hey, 12! Yeah! High five.
And now it is going to try and attack both Eloise and Porter. So I need a defense test from Eloise and from Porter. Porter, you were up against a 9. Eloise, you're up against an 8 again.
I have beaten it with multiple dice.
Ooh.
And I've got a 10.
Okay, cool. So, so Eloise, an arm raises up to slam down on you, and you're in mid roll. You step up and like center yourself and like raise your shield above your head, and the like giant like clawed limb like wraps around your shield, and then your power armor like like kicks in, and you like shove it off of you and like stumble to your feet. And then Porter, another one, whips around, breaking through like in a diagonal slash up from the ground to try and smash you into the rocks. And you just like, after having shot, you just drop down and like cover, you just duck and cover, and it slams in right above you, like cracking the rock, littering you with like dirt and soot and rock. But then like just like bumping your shoulder as it goes back into the ground. And now it's Gus's turn.
All right, I got a question for you. How many turns away from this wagon am I? And would it help if I used Hulk?
It would be the amount of turns would be determined by an athletics test. Right now, without an athletics test, it would take you 2 focused actions to make it to the wagon. So it would take you 2 turns to catch up with this wagon without an athletics test.
Right.
And obviously Hulk helps because
Hulk is a... Yeah. Is it a free action?
So Hulk is a focused action, but you can still move. So what that basically means is unless you double down, you'll use Hulk and you'll move at a decent rate with an athletics roll that is more likely to make it not cost you much more than a free action to get a lot of the way there. And then on your next turn, you're more likely to be able to get there and do something as opposed to get there and not.
Okay, well, I'm doubling down, so I'm just going to go ahead and hold.
Cool. All right. So, Gus, what does it look like? We've established... Actually, have we established what it looks like? Eloise, you haven't used an illuminated power, have you?
I have not.
Okay. Gus, you are using an illuminated power. And Eloise, you kind of already got the hint from Gus that he is also illuminated. So you feel this pulse of energy from him as he activates his power. Gus, what does it look like when you activate your Hulk power?
Yeah, so specifically for Hulk, it sort of starts. It's sort of a like a soft golden glowy light that sort of starts from my extremities. Like it starts from like toes and fingers and sort of like quickly works its way up my limbs as they sort of like involuntarily sort of flex a little bit as they sort of take in the extra power of the Hulk, and he starts breaking into a sprint.
Yeah, so you kind of see it's almost like Gus reaches into something that you can't sense, and like it passes through his hand, passes through it as it's like kind of like reddish gold energy like whoosh like up his arms, and then he whoosh and like kicks like his like back heel into the ground, and like the ground like gives a little bit, and he leaps forward. Go ahead and roll an athletics test, Gus.
Wait, should I roll my Hulk?
Oh yeah, roll Hulk first.
Yeah, let's see if it worked.
That would be funny if it's just like, oh nope.
Okay, no, it worked. I got 2 successes, so that's a +2 as a short-lived effect.
Yep. So you're +2 to all muscle-based skills, which athletics is. So go ahead and roll the athletics with that +2.
All right, well, let's see how we go. Yeah, it's unopposed, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's 4 hits.
Cool. So what you see, at least Porter for sure, probably Eloise, is like Gus reaches out, and like this like light kind of moves from his fingertips up his sleeves and then up into his clothes. And you can kind of see it under his clothes slightly muted as it kind of like pulses along like the lines of his like extremely muscular body. Digs his heel in, the ground gives, he leaps forward, and like extreme speed. Like that leap alone like clears half the distance as he like in one stride like leaps like the almost half the length of the camp, and then like steps again and then like jumps forward, and one of the like limbs like comes up and he grabs onto it and like pushes it down and like springboards off of it as he lands again, and then leaps and lands on top of the wagon that is moving.
I think as I'm going past, you hear something like, I got the wagon boarded.
as he's like springboarding off of the arm of this thing, like when his muscles flex, you see that reddish gold glowing energy like with the flex of the muscles as he pushes down, his forearms like pulsing with energy, and he leaps off the thing and is like, I got the wagon, and lands. And yeah, now Gus, that is your turn. You are on top of the wagon.
Cool, I'm gonna double down.
All right.
And I'm gonna punch this guy a couple times. I'd like to do it non-lethally if possible. I forget what effect that has. On
he's
sort of
asleep
my
right now.
attacks.
The guy at the wheel is
right.
Yeah, he's asleep. You can
That's
beat
right,
the
he's
crap out of him if you want,
I was
but he
gonna
is
say that's
he is
brutal.
incapacitated. It seems like you're already trying to put him to sleep, and he's there. So
Yeah, I guess I will. I guess I'll stop the wagon.
sure. Yeah, you can do that.
And-
That'll just take a quick action to like kind of like get in the seat and like pull on the reins. You were taught by Porter what the commands are with the reins, so you pull on the reins and it comes to a halt. The guy's body
Yeah,
kind
I
of
remember how it
slumps
works.
forward over the footrest.
And oh goodness, what can I do? You know what? He's asleep. I don't want him. See, the thing is, I don't want him to wake up and keep doing things. So I think what it is I look at him and I go, "You're coming with me." And I grab him and I just take him. I stop the thing and I just start running towards the crossbow one.
So you like shoulder this guy and just start running?
Yeah. Oh god, but he can blink and stuff. Oh. Can I? Oh, I'm gonna knock him out. I'm just gonna knock him out.
You're
I got it.
You're just gonna put him in a sleep and like a chokehold to like make sure
Yeah.
he doesn't shake it.
Need him to not wake up and not keep doing bad things.
Okay, sure. So take a -2 to your attack as you try to put him out cold non-lethally.
Cool. But it was at a +3, so I'm still rolling 14s on this poor sleeping man.
Yeah, he doesn't get a defense test.
Okay, so that's reroll. My 14 explodes. Yeah, that's 5. That's 5 ones on him.
How much damage is that?
Oh goodness. It's oh, I don't actually have the accuracy for it. It's 16 damage with 6 piercing.
All right, cool. So yeah, you like land on this thing, you pull the reins down. This guy kind of like stirs a little bit, and you like are like no, and you like hit him really hard. His like, and he's got like this kind of like collar that like covers him. You like break that right off and like rip it off of him to like expose his head, and you pull him up into a seated position. He's still got hit points left though.
Do I have another attack, or is that it?
Yeah. That's. Oh no, you don't, because you used a quick
It's a
action.
quick action
to, pull
to
the
stop
reins.
the-
Yep. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, you like.
All right,
he
well,
stirs
I'm
a little
there.
bit. You hit him and then pull him back up, and he's like.
Alright, I'm with him.
Okay. Cool. And next up is Eloise. It's your turn.
So I can't put together anything during initiative yet, right?
Now, there's a talent that specifically
Okay.
allows you to quick craft in it.
That's even for like general use items, right?
To a point, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
The talent more
Um,
specifically allows you to like craft actual stuff and repair stuff and stuff like that.
Yeah. I understand.
But yeah, like that talent would also extend to allow you to use general supply stuff more efficiently. However, depending on the complexity of what you have, it might not actually take you that much effort to put it together using supplies. So let me know what you want.
Sure. I wanted to make like a bear trap, but like in reverse.
Like a springboard?
Like you will like, so you know how bear traps, they sort of like shut on stuff?
Hmm.
I want this to like open.
It's a bear trap for things under you.
You would a thing that I would stick it in the mouth and then it would
Oh, you want like an extent, like, okay. I was trying to think of what practical use there could be for a thing that opens up, but yeah, you want something that you can jam. Okay, so yeah, that would be like a general supply use. You are correct in assuming that it is higher in complexity than you just being able to do without a roll.
Right.
But it's not super impossible, especially if you don't want it to be as complex as like a wrought iron like bear trap. If you want it to be like a like springboard like tension rod or something like that, like that is more achievable. You could roll a machinery test to do if you have a machinery cube.
That's a good question. I do. I have 2 machinery cubes. I have 4 tech cubes too. So I don't know.
I mean, if you want to make it more tech based, you can, but it's up to you.
No. I feel like just a spring and some like of ice, and then just yeah. So anyway, right. So
Gotta roll
I can
machinery.
Machinery.
Yep.
Okay. Is this a focused action?
Well, it depends on how well you roll.
Okay.
Yeah, how well you like. Basically, you were committing to attempting to make this thing. And if you roll
Okay.
poorly, it's going to take you maybe a couple turns. If you roll moderately, it might just take you this turn, and then you can use it next turn. And if you roll really well, you can make it and use it this turn.
Would you consider this a gadget?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I get to roll 4 dice. Oh no. Huh. Interesting. And then I have reliability. No, I don't have reliability. I got 4 hits.
Okay. Cool. So this was unopposed. So yeah, you bring your satchel around as the wasset like moves around you, and you reach in and you grab like a rod and then this like pneumatic like canister, and you slide it in there, and then you duck under one of the like arms as it swings over you, and you grab like another like piece of metal, you hit it on there, and like right before you attach it, you like puncture that pneumatic canister, and you hold it really tight, and then you grab your Omni tool really quick and like to like weld those 2 pieces of metal together, and oh, I don't know what that sound was. Whoa. But did someone make a quit? Oh, I think someone made a clip. Hold on. Let me close this real quick. Where is this sound coming from? I assume this is coming from... Okay, cool. It's, I assume that the stream could hear that sound as well because it's capturing my desktop audio. So I did have a thing open, and apparently when you have that specific stream manager thing open, if someone makes a clip, it like immediately is like, here's a clip. And I'm like, Cool. Okay, cool. So we're back in it. Everything's fine. So what you do with that piece of metal, you have it all welded and like kind of pressed in. And since you got 4 successes, if you wanted to then deploy that thing, you could. That would be your turn. Plus like movement. You're still not that far from the mouth, so it's not like that takes much movement. Basically, I would say it took you a quick action to put this thing together, and then a quick action if you want to deploy it.
Is this like an unarmed attack if I actually deploy it, or can I just sort of like and then then hope that it works?
This would probably be an unarmed attack or a melee attack or potentially a ranged attack. If you, I'd even allow athletics for you to just kind of dive in there with the thing.
Okay, maybe that one.
Don't grave misfire.
I know. Okay. Well, I'm gonna roll my 1 die for my athletics roll.
Go for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Get a success?
It explodes.
Ooh. Okay.
Okay.
See, if you get 2 successes, then you don't have to suffer a setback. Did you get 2?
I did. I rolled a 4 and a 3.
Wait, what's your athletics?
A 4.
What?
Incredible. Incredible.
How? Wait, you were like, I have to use athletics instead of these other 2. There's no way the other 2 were worse than what you did.
Yeah, my unarmed is a 5, and then
The
my
unarmed.
intimidate's a 10. I'm very intimidating.
You rolled the least amount of dice at the lowest possible skill.
I know.
It got 2
I'm gonna
successes.
take a picture.
I should have bamboozled you. I didn't think I had to. Okay, cool. So you take this contraption that you hastily created, and you rush forward. It's not pretty because you only got the 2 successes,
No.
but like you have it like in your hands, like you have it tight. And Porter, you see something insane. Eloise, who just avoided the mouth of this thing, slides, like throws one of the limbs off of her, and then like turns, and you see her working on something, and then you see Gus leap through the air, and you're like, what's happening? And you look back to Eloise, and she turns with this like kind of metal tube in her hand and runs at the mouth of this thing, and like throwing a touch, like getting just over the line of a touchdown goal, she leaps forward and like both hands forward, like slams it into the mouth of this thing and twists both sides to break the like seal that she made, and it goes and this big metal rod expands in the mouth of this thing as it was about to go back in. It's like just like wedged open. It's like as it like all of the limbs start smashing and sitting as this thing basically has like a dental like tool in its mouth to stop, and like a lot of the teeth tense in around it as it's like trying to like eat at this thing that is now holding its mouth open very uncomfortably.
Can I run away?
Yes, and you can have a grit because that was too
away.
cool.
I can't take.
Did you not spend grit? Fuck you. I cannot believe.
Some of us don't need to shill for grit. Some of us just roll like gods.
Yeah, apparently.
It's not like she has 12 grit or anything like that.
I was prepared for a misfire because I had so much grit, so I did it.
Yeah, you get a little ways away. The terrain is really difficult, especially because this thing is flailing now. But you are able to get away from the mouth at least, not away from the wasset. Next up in initiative. God. All right. The guy at the wheel, who is extremely sedated. You just smacked him in the face, Gus. He's like, he looks at you, and you see that black smoky thing appear again. This time encapsulating his entire eyes, making his entire iris, white and everything, all black. And he is going to use the illuminated power, Flush Toxins.
I didn't even know that was a thing that existed.
Why would Porter know?
I can't believe he took it.
I mean, this looks like a man who has taken this because of something.
I
He was
briefly
like,
heard him
I'll
mutter,
never be in
"Not
that
again."
situation again. Ever. Exactly.
Okay, so yeah, he's like, his eyes are clouded over for a second, and you like still see like they're clouded over, but like very like he's still struggling a little bit. And then like you see that and you're like instinctively like let go of his collar for a second, and he's about to like fall off of the wagon like from his like stupor. And then you watch as his like hand seems to regain full control, and he grabs onto the railing. He sits back up, and his eyes go away, back to normal. And he sees you completely rid of that toxin, Gus. And I think he needs to double down. Because that's a focused action for him to do that. So he's in a bad position. He needs to double down now.
Or else he's just getting punched again.
His jaw tells him he has to double down. So yeah, everyone take a grit. He is going to double down here. God.
I think I'm going to start keeping track of how many times I don't get grit because I'm full.
You should, because you should spend your grit more often.
I didn't need to. I just, anyway.
Yeah, perfect. Sweet. So this guy immediately draws. He crosses his arms in front of him as he kind of regains himself. And he presses his like boot up against the railing, and he draws out a hand crossbow and a kind of curved, jagged blade. And he, you see as he presses something on the hand crossbow, and instead of it looking like a hand crossbow, the limbs of it fold and slide forward into this pinpoint melee weapon, and he drives it at you.
Ooh, I want it.
He has... Oh, you hurt him a bit. Oh, he still has a 10.
Yeah, that's oh, that's too bad because I have a 16. Or no. Play to the gallery and I have a 16
Okay.
because I only have +2 to my muscle skills.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. So sorry, bud. Got a 16.
Yeah, so he drives it at you. You just catch his wrist, and then that blade comes up at your abdomen. Let's see if you can defend against that. Do I want to bamboozle you? I don't think I want to bamboozle.
You wanna?
No. It's better for him to go it strong than to. All right. he's gonna go it strong. I have an 11.
Dang it, I'm gonna have to play the gallery again. And now I got a 15. So hey.
So you catch the one wrist, and the other one immediately swings up at your abdomen, and you catch that too. And then he like crosses his arms and breaks your hold on him, but then pulls back, kind of stumbling on the wagon as he does. He's hurt, but he has seemed to shake off the entirety of the sleep tonic that had initially incapacitated.
And I think as I sort of whip out to catch his stuff, he can sort of see the golden glow on my arms. I sort of like look at my arms and I look back at him like, yeah, it's a fight, bud.
He gives you a small grin.
He's not about to.
And that's his turn. Shockingly, Dex, the woman with the crossbow goes before you.
Yeah, no, I understand what's happened.
You understand the insight power I just used against you.
Listen, I know what's happening to me.
So she crests over one of the other like kind of rocky hills, and is gonna fire at you again, Dex.
Okay.
Don't forget your negatives from.
Yeah. I have an 8.
You're up against a 12.
I have an 8.
So Dex, okay, you eliminate one of my successes. Have 3 more.
That's too many.
So Dex, that is 12 damage with 4 armor piercing.
Aha, I think you mean that's an injury.
Yes, that's what I meant.
I will become dead if I take that, I think.
Possibly.
Okay, that tracks. I am compromised.
Ooh, God, what's that one do?
It's a -1 reliability on all tests.
Nice. All right. So really quickly, she fires like 3 shots at you. She slams in, fires a shot right where you were about to go for cover, and you duck back and leap for another spot where you might have cover, and she fires right there. You realize she's able to like predict your movements, and you pull back for a second, and you do at least have a moment where you realize like if you stand still and clear your mind, like maybe she won't notice. And then when you have that thought, she fires like right at you, and you are able to dodge it, but you realize like, oh, it's not that simple. She's got me like dead to rights. But you are able to like drop down to one knee, and it flies over your head. And you're like, okay, all right. But yeah, okay, cool. So you have 1 less reliability as you're a little shaken because you realize you can't tell if she's like reading your mind or predicting the future, but like something is off here and it's not good. All right. That is actually her turn. So Dex, you're up.
Okay. I think the immediate next thought I have is, man, Isabel was so good at talking during a fight, and it is really challenging.
It's like several flashbacks of your master walking around casually shooting people while shit talking.
Can I get into a position? Does she have cover for me right now?
No, she doesn't. She crested up on. She's like 2 hills away from you, but you are on like basically the same level, and she doesn't have cover from you.
Okay, cool. I will bamboozle her 3 times as I shoot at her.
I gotta say, I love the like grit energy that has grown from the chat being able to contribute grit to the session. Like people are a lot more willing to like throw grit at a thing, and I fucking love it.
You know what the thing is, Tommy, is it used to be I was bad at fighting.
Also
and
that.
so it was
You also-
not a whole lot of reason to use grit to shoot people.
Yeah, you did play 50 episodes of just being
And then-
just terrible.
And then you don't get grit when you're just talking to people.
Not often, sometimes, but not often.
It's sort of funny. It's like a grit stimulus, and it gets grit moving faster through the economy.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I have that thought of like, God, she was so good at equipping, and I'm not. I've come to realize in this battle specifically, and to like try and counter her, I like think about what I would probably do, which is like wheel around and take 2 shots at her. And what I do instead is I just wait longer.
Sure.
Like the amount of time is just now is when I would go. And now I go.
Yeah, you use your training to, you think like, I gotta go now, and then you clear your mind of all thoughts, and then go, like, just using your muscles without like actually having a thought about it.
Okay, well, that's a decent roll.
The dice appreciate that narrative thing. Well, you said it's a decent roll, so I don't know. I have a 9.
Yeah, I have 2 net hits. I have an 11 and a 12.
Okay, how much damage is that?
It's 10 damage with 2 armor piercing.
Yeah, so you have that thought, like, now's when I should go. Wait a second. And then, without thinking, just step around, basically fall into, like, that zen that, like, has been trained in, like, has been, like, encoded in you from your training over, like, all those years in the mountains. And clear your mind, and don't think about anything. Don't react. Your body just moves. And as you are about to pop up, wait for just that extra second, and then like both guns forward, fire the first one, and you realize you don't need to fire the second one as she moves before you shoot, and you're able to track her. You fire the shot, and it goes right in the center. She spins and falls down the hill.
It is entirely against everything I've been trained to do, but I'm riding a little bit of a high. I take a shot at the sniper.
Okay, cool. Still extreme range. Still excellent cover. -9.
-9. I can't hit this man. He might beef it. He might beef it.
You hit them once.
Yeah, I had to spend 7 grit to make that shot.
Looks like you're up against 12s.
Man, the thing is if I had grit here, I would have killed this person. I have 2 12s and an 11, and I can't count them. No, I have nothing.
Yeah. You fire that shot, and then immediately, like, the rush of battle returns to you. And without thinking, you just, like, whip up a hand and fire a wild shot towards the sniper. You get it close, but, like, not, like, you hit them the one time. And this one's, like, definitely, like, 2 or 3 meters off, which from this distance, extremely good. But, with a pistol. But it does, like, like, break. And off camera, that person's like, oh.
Yeah, and then I will, again, without the actions to actually get to cover, I move towards any cover there might be.
Okay, yeah, so you dip down and move up. Just because of the up and down of this terrain, just by virtue of moving and like and getting kind of far forward, you do have light cover against the sniper.
Great.
And like full cover against the wagon at this point. You can't see the wagon.
I saw Gus take off. I assume it's taken care of.
I will say, Dex, you actually didn't see Gus take off. Because you had moved forward a little bit since then.
Oh, I thought he was far enough up that I could still see him.
Yeah. He was like right like like
I heard the
just-
sound of a large man whizzing through the air
Yeah.
backwards.
You heard something happen. I guess you know that Gus is illuminated, probably.
Yeah, we established that Dex knows that Gus is illuminated and sort of what he can do.
So like what you feel, Dex, is something familiar. There's a heat that comes off of Gus when he activates his illuminate. You feel that, it like to most people it would feel like a hot breeze, like a hot wind, like an air current that happened to have hot air that just passes over them for a second. But you know what it is. And you're like, this is fine. And you keep moving forward. All right, sweet. So, next up. Oh, sniper goes.
I assume I'm being shot at.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, you are. No, I had to think about it, but then I looked at my grit and I thought it was a... yeah, she's going to fire on you, Dex. So you have light cover, so +1. She has a 12.
Man, that might legitimately be it for me. I have an 8.
Oh, right. So it's just the 1 net success.
Okay, I'm probably not dead.
6 damage, 2 armor piercing.
Piercing does not matter.
As Dex, you fire wildly at that person and then keep moving, and then before you hear the gunshot, there's a of the air, and you feel this cold, hot energy pass through your leg, and then the pain sets in as the gunshot catches up with the sound of the bullet. And you like your smooth move down like becomes this stumbling like tumble as you like roll and catch your feet again, and then like you realize you're shot in the leg pretty bad. Everyone can take a grit as Sniper doubles down and shoots at Gus. So Gus,
Do I have medium cover?
you do.
from
So
the-
you've been attacked a couple times, but the medium cover I think just kind of negates that.
Yeah.
All right, Gus, what do you got?
Got, let's see. Thinking? Got a 14. Yeah, because I got attacked twice, but I got medium cover, which is a +2. So yeah, I got 14.
Okay.
Athletics.
So I won't be able to beat that, so I won't spend. Right. Yeah, cool. So, Gus, you're like staring at this guy. He kind of gives you a slight grin, and then you hear one shot go off, and it catches your eye, and you see the glint of the sniper scope as it turns towards you, and you just like duck down and right like ricocheting off of the wagon. The bullet misses you. But I might forget. So, oh no, you're gonna go. Never mind. We're all good. All right, Porter, you're up.
There's still a wasset just waggling around me, isn't
It's
there?
a very unhappy Wasset. Yes.
Yeah, right. I think I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot that thing.
Okay.
Seems like the best course of action. All right.
You're up against a 7.
Ooh, all right. Well, I've got a 9, so
All right. What kind of ammo were you?
I was just gonna use my regular projectile ammo.
Okay, cool. So you hit him with a big old slug. How much damage is that?
So that's just 4 damage.
Okay.
With 4 piercing. I don't know if it has armor or not.
Maybe. No, not anymore. So how much damage?
4 piercing.
It's 4 piercing, and that's the total.
Right.
Okay, cool. So yeah, Dex, you fire out another canister, or not Dex. Porter, you fire out another canister, and as it spins in the air, the spikes shoot out, and it like one of those like barbs that you get like in like a prairie that like sticks to your clothes and is really sharp, like a like almost like a little cacti, a piece of cacti. It stabs into one of these things' limbs, and it pulls that into the ground and like as it like moves around, smashing some more. Yeah, you heard it. Anything else you do with your turn?
I can't shoot it again. I believe unless something has changed, I am still in medium cover.
From the sniper.
Right, yeah. I mean, that's all I really need. There's only 3 of them, right?
As far as you know,
That we
yes.
know of. Right. So yeah, there's nobody else. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I'm gonna stay in cover. I think that's the end of my turn.
Okay, yeah. And so you fire that shot off. It like one of the tentacles was like or not tentacles. One of the limbs was coming at you. You fire that barb at it. It stabs in. It's like and it like pulls back. You duck down as like the rock you're by just gets a beating. All right, it's the Wasset's turn. So Porter, the limbs grab and wrap around the rock that you're behind. You hear it cracking and quaking, this thing. And then you realize for a second it's gone still for a moment. And you realize it's bracing itself. And as it is, you look over nearby Eloise, who's like backing up away, and the mouth pulls up out of the ground. You see more of this thing than you have as the ground shifts away. You see its long, it's like wide, like spiny body with like thick, leathery, like muscles. And the metal rod that Eloise has put in its mouth bows, snaps.
Nope.
As it's used like all of its muscles to like shatter that thing. And then and there's like this big poof of dust and dirt as it shoots up in the air. As this thing settles its body, the rock you're behind like loosens and like cracks a little bit, but doesn't seem to break or fall as the limbs let go. And that's that Wasset's turn.
And I'll look across at Ellen and say, right, should we just go then?
Yeah. Yes.
Right, I'd like to.
Like right now, I think probably is really.
Preferably,
you should,
right.
Go first. I'll be right after you. Just do.
Come on along then.
Gus, it's your turn.
All right. Well, this boy's hunching for a punchin'. I got an 11.
Gus, you're up against. Okay, I also got an 11.
All right. It's just the one.
Okay, how much damage is that?
So that's 4 damage, but all of it's piercing. I'm trying to knock him out if possible.
Yeah, so he still has hit points left. You can roll your other attack if that's what you're doing. Narrate what happens.
Yeah, it's what I'm doing now.
You're up against a 10.
Oh wait, actually. No. But no, does explode. Do I need to? Is the question. Does he look like real bad?
I'm not answering that.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I'm gonna play to the dang gallery. I'll make these two 15s explode if you're gonna make me do that.
I mean, the way he looks is not indicative of how many hit points he has, because he showed up looking bad.
That is true.
Exactly.
Well, this ain't gonna help. What I'm up against, a 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be 12 damage, but 6 of it's piercing.
God. He is incredibly close to dead.
Oh my god! What do I have to do to this guy? Oh, what a jerk!
Yeah, so what happens is he gives you a slight grin. You flex your muscles and those little blades pop out on your knuckles. And you kind of like, having studied a little bit of like triptych stuff and like, you know, that giving you a certain amount of curiosity, you've like delved into like just like basic autonomy. You know where you can like give him puncture wounds that won't like kill him and that can easily be like patched up but will incapacitate him. So like instead of like going for his like neck or his head or anything, you like hit him in the leg, and you do that really really well. He was not ready for it. He's covering his like center mass. So like you're like, you give him a juke and then slam him in the leg, and he like buckles down, and then as he moves in to like grapple you, your other hand comes down and like hits him in like the like muscular part of his back, and he like lets out a shout and pulls back, and you like rip the like fists out of him. He's got blood seeping down his leg and his back, and he looks super unsteady. The grin's definitely gone as he like kind of holds himself steady for a second, and you pull back, like getting ready to like go for another round.
I think Gus actually says, "Hey, we can be done now here." You don't cut this stuff out, and we can talk about this.
And Eloise, it is your turn.
Well, I think I was running away.
From the lawsuit? Yeah.
Yes. So I would,
Unless you want to hold your turn so that Porter can run away first.
no, I don't think so. I thought he was running already.
He is, it's just he hasn't had it.
Right. Okay, so I think probably what I'm just gonna do real quick is, book it back to the wagon.
Yeah, you're able to do that. You weren't that far from it to begin with.
Right.
So depending on what you want to do once you get there, I may need an athletics test to like determine how much time it takes you to get there, but you can definitely get there this turn. What else do you want to do?
I guess, is there a good sort of, I kind of wanted to see what was going on. We were kind of in that pit that the whole time, and I guess like Dex and, well, I guess just Dex now is like, I don't know where he is.
That's correct. But since you are able to get to the wagon with ease, like as you're approaching, you're able to see the situation with Gus and this bandit, who is like holding on, still steady, but very wounded, as he kind of like looks up as Gus like kind of sits there with like, come on, buddy, what do you want to do? Fists up, a very spry. You also notice like his knuckles like glowing that kind of reddish gold color.
Right. I think probably what I will do is maybe cast Maybe telekinesis.
You're gonna use telekinesis? On
Yes.
what?
Him.
On the fella.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roll-
Wait, can Porter see me?
Yes.
No, I don't do that. I look back and I realize that would be very aggressive, and also Porter might see me, and I don't want to see that because I don't know how he feels. That this is a perfect opportunity for us to talk about it in the guise of Gus and not me. So like, we'll see how that goes. So
It's remarkable that you're able to have that thought process in this moment.
I have but the thing is that I think faster than I talk, and I talk really fast. So
Yeah, exactly. No, I get it. You rush up. The one thing, Porter, I don't even know if you think anything about this, but Eloise does. She gets like to the wagon. She raises her hand. You don't know what she's going to do. She's like a good, 15 feet away from the wagon at this point.
Right.
But she does raise her hand and then looks to you. And then what do you do, Eloise?
Get on the wagon! What are you doing?
No,
Come on!
She doesn't have her hand up at you. It's at the guy.
I thought
But,
she turned. She turned and was like,
I get on the wagon,
right.
Okay.
and then I shut the front doors, so the bench is cut off.
Oh, so you get like in the wagon.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's your turn. Your turn is entering the wagon and battening down the hatches. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk. All right. And then you have a little panic attack in there. The bandit you're looking at, Gus. His turn. See that dark smoke?
Yeah, of course.
I shut the doors. No.
Let me roll a couple tests real quick. All right, so what you see, Gus, is you're like, oh, do you want to keep going? What do you want? And he like stumbles back and puts up a hand. And like you lower your guard like a little bit. Not enough to like make yourself exposed, but like enough to like let him know that you're willing to like talk this out. And he reaches in, pulls out a tonic, drinks it. And you see as he gulps it down, that black mist wraps over his shoulders and starts licking up his wounds. And he starts regenerating way faster than that tonic possibly could.
Oh.
Everyone can take a grit because he
This
did
jerk.
drink a gut rot tonic. So
Dang it.
They're all good right. What's the worst tonic vendor there is?
and he heals up a lot of wounds. And as he stumbles back, he puts up he's a little more sturdy now. He puts up 1 foot on the wagon, and he goes, "What's your name?"
I'm Gus. You?
Kenny Mathis. Gus, hope to meet you in the future. We could use someone like. Then he looks to the right, up near where the sniper's nest is. Disappears.
I hope not. Oh, dang it. Well, okay. Oh. All right. All right, Kenny. Dang.
And at that, we will drop out of initiative. Dex, you are basically next to act. What is it that you were going to do with your turn?
Probably I was going to use. Well, certainly I was going to use my once a day. I forget the name of the thing to roll
Resilience roll?
discipline. Yeah, my once a day resilience to get some hit points back,
Yeah.
and then just based. I'm not a particularly educated man, but based on my knowledge of various weaponry, with the crossbow that woman was firing me, that can't possibly be better for the job of trying to hit anyone on top of that mesa than my guns, right?
Not in any significant way. No.
Okay.
Oh wait, actually, a little bit, because it does have a laser sight. Does yours? I don't remember if yours do.
No.
So technically, you'd be rolling at a -8 instead of a -9.
But like, it does not have anywhere, like, it's not significantly better based on the range it can hit, right?
Correct. Yeah, it's like it's got enhanced sights and laser sight, so like technically it gives you a -8 instead of a -9, but that's it, and it's only one shot.
Yeah. Then my armor is busted. I'm hurt pretty bad. I would like to just get the best cover I possibly can. And then use my resilience roll, and then maybe take a tonic.
Yeah, so you get excellent cover. You dive down into like the little ravine between these hills. You drop down. You take a deep breath. That's your resilience roll, and then you said you wanted to take a tonic too.
Well, depending on this. I will. Yeah, I will. I will also take this healing tonic, which I don't remember what feeble-minded does, but I become dumber.
So feeble-minded.
It's a -1 to all reasoning skills.
No, in fact, actually, it has nothing to do with how smart you are. It does make it so your defense tests against insight powers are at a -3.
Oh, okay.
Which, like, you killed the one, and you know the other one. You don't know where the other one is, but you do have that brief moment right before you drink it. You know there's at least one other illuminated combatant on the field, and like you stop for a second, and then you realize like the need.
I think through all of the
outweighs.
things I know illuminated people can do, and none of them, to my knowledge, that I've ever seen, in my admittedly limited experience, directly causes physical harm.
Yeah, and so you're like, okay. Maybe Gus can ward me, and you take a drink.
I need to. I'm losing a lot of blood, and I need all of it.
Luckily, that's what's in a healing tonic is just replacement blood.
Heard that. Yeah, I get down into cover, and I center myself, and I drink a tonic.
Cool. So with that, we're out of initiative. You drink the tonic. Dex, you realize there's a lack of gunfire and massiveness, like massive, like noises. The very hurt Wasset as Eloise moves away. Actually, Porter, you're still there. Porter, you run away, right? Where do you run to?
No, I'm running towards the wagon.
Okay, cool. So Porter, as you kind of leave this Wasset, who has just like broken that piece of metal, its limbs like flail around, but you go before it, so you're able to get out of there before it can like kind of make an attack on you. And then it has to make the choice of continuing to pursue you and Eloise or getting the hell out of Dodge. Its two other friends are already like you don't even see, like you barely see the mounds of dirt moving as they make their way out. It's kind of this weird thing where, because it's like, it's not just like a solid piece of ground like displacement. It's like a wave of ground displacement. It's like,
sure. Undulating.
Yeah. And this thing, like you pull back and its limbs kind of go back in, and it, like the thing you see, because this thing has pulled itself really out of the ground more than any other Wasset you've ever seen, settles down. And as you kind of stumble away from it, like Porter getting ready with your gun, you watch as its body like vibrates and like shakes. And that like motion makes it like dig into the ground. And it like twists a little bit as it does. It's like when like dirt and soot moves up, and you like cover your eyes and you cough a little bit and you pull back and you have your gun ready again, and then you just see the dirt settles and that same kind of like wave like motion as this thing, like its front limbs move forward and pull the rest of its body along as it begins to follow its kin away from this trap you've walked into.
Never needed to see that anywhere near this close, I say as I run towards the wagon.
Yeah, Gus, Eloise, Porter, you're all at the wagon. Dex, you're at the very least able to peek a hill and see the rest of them before any real conversation can happen.
We've confirmed the Wassets are gone, though.
Yeah. Like 2 of them were very much leaving. This was the last one, and you can see it is leaving.
Can I go salvage that motorcycle?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
First off, you get a fuel cube. There was a fuel cube just pressed up against that motorcycle.
Oh, I thought it exploded.
No.
Didn't somebody shoot it? Maybe
I was afraid someone was going to shoot it.
Oh, that's it.
It would have been an interesting way to deal with the Wassets. Just throw a fuel cube in and shoot it.
Okay.
So you get a fuel cube no matter what. And now I need a machinery test.
Okay. Porter, here's a fuel cube for you.
Oh, I actually really needed one of these, so thank you.
Well, I mean, you're welcome. Okay.
Do you want some help with that? I can.
Sure. Yeah, that would be.
All right.
Okay.
Dex, you're with the group now at this point.
Oh, if I kind of wanted to like peek with my pistols have enhanced sights, which I know like does not make it so I can shoot that far very well, but does it help me see if there's anyone still up there?
No. I mean, like unless you think you have scopes on your pistols, like not a lot. But you're like if you want to approach that with your guns drawn like ready, like that's a thing you can definitely do. Roll an observe test for me. Right?
Yeah, I guess basically if I'm confident that this fight is like over and whoever we were, fighting has retreated, I want to go for the woman with the crossbow.
Okay, yeah. Roll an observe test at a -2 for me.
Okay. That's 1 success.
Okay. So the thing you do see is a little bit of blood on the rocks up there. You know you hurt a person. But other than that, like I guess the other thing you definitely get is
nobody shoots at me when I go to look.
Yeah, exactly. So you're ready, you got your guns out, you see the blood and you're like, hell yeah. And then you realize no one's shooting at you and you don't have to shoot back. And you're like, all right, cool. They must have retreated or they're waiting a long time before they snipe us again. So you're able to holster your weapons and approach the dead body of the bandit you killed.
Yeah. What's she got?
She had 2 spurs.
I'm rich. I've tripled my total spurs.
A pretty heavily modified medium projectile. Give you all the deets later.
Yeah, I don't need it right
now. Her armor is busted. She has 1 machinery cube on her. That's it.
Does her armor look like anything special, or was it just sort of like standard medium or standard light armor?
Nothing super spectacular. I mean, it costs more to build it up than it is to make new.
I'm not concerned with money. Yeah, so after that, I'll take the crossbow and I'll take the machinery cube and the spurs and I'll I have to decide if I feel strongly about whether or not like bringing this person back is anything. I don't. Yeah, so I come back with the crossbow and the supplies.
So you leave her body. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Eloise, did you roll?
I think Porter was helping me.
Porter, you're muted.
You're muted. Oh, that's a +2 for me.
Oh, perfect. I was hoping that's what you would say.
I hold a mean flashlight.
You do more than that. Five hits.
Oh. With that, you're able to. It will take you 3 hours.
Oh my.
But you can get 5 machinery cubes from this thing, and you know that's the max you.
Well,
Can they load it into the back of the wagon? Sorry.
No. Do you think that it's worth it to? I mean, because the car that is broken, and you all have armor that's damaged, and then like I thought maybe it might be worth it, but if it's not worth it, then that's okay, because I could just.
I think we can take the time, or we might as well.
And
Rather,
okay.
Travel at 100% just in case they do come back with reinforcements. Right? I don't know. I'm not a strategist.
Okay. And then the other thing is that while I'm sort of taking this apart, is there like a VIN number or something with somebody's name on it, or like a keys with like a little keychain that says like Kyle or something?
This is Kyle's bike?
But you're trying to find the name of the person who died?
Because Gus said it was important to him, so I thought maybe.
I was like, the VIN number's not. There's no VIN numbers. But you do find a little journal. You basically so motorcycles have saddlebags, which you found way out there, but also in under the seat there's a little storage compartment. So as you're salvaging, you're able to find that storage compartment, and in there is a little, it's not really a journal, it's more like a notebook. But in the front cover of that, it says property of Timothy Middleton.
Okay. Cool. So at the end of the time that it takes me to take this bike apart, I guess I'll head back to the wagon.
Everyone does get a breather during that time, so all of you can regain 2 hit points and 2 insight, or 2 shine. You have time to relax. And Eloise, if it's at the end of you recovering, that does mean Dex and Porter and Gus have basically 3 hours to hang out by the wagon recovering from this fight. So I want to jump to that really quick before we get to Eloise finishing up. I guess Porter, you're on and off. You're helping half the time. You're helping Eloise. She needs an extra hand somewhere. She needs you to hold a light. She needs you to modify her Omni tool while she pulls on a thing, those kind of things.
Sure. Can I do that and work on the wagon at the same time, or is my time all take?
You rolled to help Eloise.
Yes.
Then no, you won't be able to work.
Absolutely.
So Porter's like on and off. Like occasionally he stops because he's basically on call when Eloise needs a hand. He goes over and helps her out because it's not just salvaging the motorcycle; it's also salvaging other parts of this. But like occasionally she needs an extra set of hands or an extra like Porter. About 2/3 of this time you are like distracted, but for cumulatively an hour you are with Dex and Gus. But Dex and Gus, two of you basically alone for 3 hours.
Oh dang, Dex! I mean, thank goodness those. Remember those bandits we ran into on the pass? I mean, thank goodness those weren't these guys. We'd have been toast.
This was a lot more than normal.
Yeah, right. That's what I felt like.
I mean, at least 2 of them were strongly illuminated.
Yeah, that guy I was fighting. Oh, I got his name. His name was Kenny Mathis. He said he could use somebody like me, but I don't think I'm interested in his line of work necessarily.
I don't think you would make a good fit in this organization, just based on my experience.
Yeah.
No, this was...
Yeah, that was... Oh, and he had a really interesting sort of thing. You sort of plug in, I guess, and it was like a pinpoint sort of thing. I wonder if he used it on I'm gonna assume Eloise told me the name. On old Tim out there. Guess maybe that's it.
Maybe. But, I mean, he would have bled. And there was no blood on the body.
One thing, I don't know if it would be like Porter probably didn't initially like clock it, but like it was a puncture wound and the wound was clean. Like the wound itself should have had blood. I was thinking about this like the other week when we had off. I was like, I wonder if anyone realized that like the body had been. So this is that. Like thinking back to it, not in the heat of the moment, you're like, well, but the size of that puncture wound, it had to have been clean. Any puncture wound of that size would have had to be clean. There would have been blood.
My initial thought was like, man, maybe there's some other wild critter of Manifest that I haven't yet encountered that gets all the blood and it doesn't leave any behind. No, they cleaned it.
No.
The first thing is insane.
It was a wound that was then clean.
No, they planned this meticulously.
Yeah, real medicinally. Like medical precision.
Exactly.
I mean, that one was so dang far away. I mean, there was no way I was getting to them. I saw you take a couple shots. Did you shoot them way out there? The one that was the one that was like way out there.
I hit him once.
Dang, Dix. Like I know I don't love the shooting and all, but from that distance, I mean, can't help but be impressed. That's a heck of a shot.
Thanks. Let's I don't know if I could do it again, to be honest.
I mean, don't know unless you try. Oh, well, I guess you did try again and you did do it.
Try.
But I don't know, maybe a third or fourth time.
I mean, just law of averages. You shoot at something enough, you're gonna hit it. But
yeah, exactly.
It's not really the teaching they try to impart on the peak.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. So right. What about this? So Kenny Mathis, would there be like a bounty on like Mathis or like the Mathis gang or like somebody who knows about them? So I mean, if they're doing stuff like this, like that didn't feel like their first time necessarily. If it was their first time, commendable effort.
I mean, I don't think I know if there is a bounty just off the top of my head, right?
You can roll connections. Porter, you are in and out of this conversation. I also know you're very good at connections.
What?
Go ahead and roll connections, Porter.
What a magnanimous GM.
Porter, I will put you at a -2 because you're a city man.
Right.
But Dex, God, I kind of want to put you at a -2 too, just because you've been in the mountains for so long.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've been out in the Badlands a bit before then, but like,
No, that's right. You did range with Isabel for a while. So yeah, for sure. You can roll normal.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I've gotten the only hit I'm going to get on this.
Okay, but even still, just for the record, no negatives there, because you did, like, you've been out in the Badlands for a little bit of time with a seasoned gunslinger. So like, yeah, you've seen bounty boards and stuff.
Yeah. I like glanced at the bounty board in Waypoint, but like didn't see anything.
Yeah.
There was no, this man is buying up all the land to fund his nefarious schemes, which is like prime gunslinger material.
I feel like reading a bounty board is almost like a gunslinger's like reading a horoscope. Like, oh, that might be interesting to try. Like, oh, a cattle rustler, huh? Maybe next week.
It's more like a tarot reading, I think.
Who am I gonna encounter tomorrow? All right, so Dex and Porter, which
I have
I've
one
got one
success.
one for each of you. All right, so there is a moment where like you think a little bit, and like Dex, you start by being like, name rings a bell. I feel like when I was up in like the northwestern Badlands, like, I don't know. I don't know if it's the guy or just like the group, like, you know, an illuminated like group of people. And then Porter, you key off of that. And you're like, yeah, you know what? They did come from the Western Badlands. Cause I remember, like, I read a thing in the LRC that was about like this like bandit crew that was like punching above its weight. And they had originated from the Western Badlands. And now that I think about it, like, Kenny Mathis, I think, was one of the names. Like, I think that's right. And so, like, you're not 100% sure. But the one thing you guys are pretty sure of is that it is a 3-person crew.
Well, it's a 2-person crew now.
Yes.
Did we get one of them?
Yeah. The woman with the crossbow.
Oh, well, rest her soul. Should we pack it up in the wagon? I assume there's some kind of bounty, but you know, obviously you probably get the lion's share of that, having done most of the work.
I mean, if you think there's a bounty and you're interested in claiming it, I can go back for her.
Yeah, I could certainly help, sure.
So Dex and Porter go off to the side and drag the dead body of this woman back to the wagon. You're able to load her in the wagon. It's a little bit more of a tight fit, but there is now a dead body in the wagon.
Starting to feel a little bit like Detective Rico, you know, touching all these dead bodies, all kinds of guns going off nearby. It's unsettling.
Right? They are almost an illuminated cult. They're like a cult, except they worship like crimes.
Right, like a 3-person cult, right? Not successful, is it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, dang. Okay, so one of them died, and he immediately was on the recruitment. I mean, come on, man. Like, that's respect for the dead. Her body wasn't even cold, and he's already looking to replace. That's
right.
That's messed up to me.
What about these folks implies they have any respect for anyone?
Fair point. I mean, if they're taking parts of an LRC tower, they don't care about an entire town. So probably it's mostly just looking after themselves. Yeah,
that would be my guess.
All right. So Eloise, you get your 5 machinery cubes, and the 4 of you are ready to continue on Las Viudas. So at that point, as you all hit the road, start heading southwest. We're going to take a quick little break here. Not super long. Got 10:21 Central Time. 10:22 Central Time. So we're going to try to be back by 10:30. Do a 10-minute break here. So we'll see you all soon. Also, in case anyone in the chat is have any grit. Actually, no, there's only an hour left. So to be fair to the chat, maybe it's not a good idea. Wait for the moment because my grit resets every session. So I can't actually super benefit from grit in the last hour. I realize
I did
now
forget to tell you, I did spend grit on helping on Eloise's role. I spent 2 grit. So
I have 1 grit. But even still, just wait for a second. In the moment, maybe throw some grit my way. All right, bye. We'll be back. Hello, welcome back. All right. Any of you who just joined us, these 4 drifters have successfully defeated the bandits and wassets that were after them. They do have one bandit's body holed up in the wagon. And then they more or less have been able to converge and continue on their way to the settlement of Las Veudas. The journey there is devoid of any complications, though you do still have to set up camp one more time before you head into town, unless you want to like try and ride over. But for the most part, the 4 of you just have like a moment to like reconvene as a group. Eloise, you salvaged that camp. Dex and Porter were able to return the body of one of the bandits to the wagon. Yeah, and you're able to continue forward. Anything you guys want to get into before you set up camp?
I would like to approach Eloise about possibly getting my armor repaired.
Before you do that, I had forgotten briefly, we had a combat. Anyone who fired a firearm or a projectile during that combat does need to roll an ammo test.
Sure.
If you are using a firearm, your ammo supply target is a 10, so you roll a single d20 at a target of 10. If it's a projectile weapon, it's a target of 12. There are some things like different types of ammo that modify this. I trust you to figure that. So roll those tests. Let me know what you got.
Real quick, while we're doing admin, do we get some grit for surviving a dangerous situation?
You do. Everyone gets 1 grit.
Frick!
You did this.
Take it, Addy. Use it.
I haven't had opportunity.
You could have twisted the knife twice at that wasset and killed it with the thing.
I didn't do any
Roll
damage.
so many
to
dice
it.
on the salvage.
I got max salvage. What do you want from me?
Yeah, but you could have done it in like 8 minutes. I'm down to piercing ammo and shock darts, which I have personal feelings against.
And my ammo test exploded, so I got 2 successes, which I think means I get another projectile ammo, right?
No, it just means you get to feel really good about yourself, and that's it. Yeah, so, okay, cool. So, Dex, you are out of regular ammo, and Porter are Gus and Eloise, you didn't shoot anything. So, yeah, so during the journey, Dex, you said you wanted to go to Eloise.
I would like to approach Eloise about seeing if she would mind repairing my armor.
Yeah, so you guys like stop for the night and set up camp. Eloise is done categorizing stuff that she salvaged.
Yeah, I come up and I look down and I realize I still have the bolt that gave me the shaken injury that got like wedged in between the plates of my armor, like in there, like like snap that off. This, as you can see, is no longer functional as armor. Would it be possible for you to repair this? I have some supplies.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, that's really easy. Do you have them with you? I can. Yeah, here. Great. Okay, just arms out.
I hand you 3 machinery cubes.
Thank you. Just arms out and just like do a little spin, and I'll just just.
Is it not easier to work on it with the armor?
No,
off?
this way it's tailored.
So Eloise, well, first off, Dex, 3 armor points are automatically restored. Eloise, go ahead and roll machinery.
5 hit.
5 more armor points are restored.
I don't have that much.
Cool. Yeah. So Dex, you're like, wouldn't it be easier if? And then your armor is totally fine.
Wow, that's impressive.
There was some shrapnel in it. Did you want it as like keepsake?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I put it in like a little box that is like half a machinery cube worth of stuff.
Metal to be smelted.
I am also out of the ammo I typically use. Do you know how to make hollow point ammo?
I could give it a whirl. I mean, I've made it before, but the thing is that like it was for like a yes.
Thank you. I've given you all the supplies.
Yeah, no,
I have. Is
just
that
give me one
enough?
hot second.
So it's 2 machinery cubes to make.
Okay.
Oh, also, I forget where I picked this up, but here, and I hand you that's tech cubes worth of supplies.
Oh, neat. Thank you so much. You don't need this?
No. I mean,
Okay.
maybe when we part ways, if we have a surplus, I might take a bit for the road, but for the time being, these seems better served in your hands.
Oh, sure. Okay. Well, I'm gonna put a little tag on it, and if I don't use it, then we'll know that it's from you. Okay. So, I got 4 hits on the ammo, making the ammo.
Okay. So that makes it. That makes it in the shortest amount of time possible.
I also have an Omni tool, so it cuts the time in half as well.
Yep.
Right.
So in 15 minutes you have a bundle of hollow point ammo ready for this.
Hey,
So like the
Dex?
camp is now done being built.
Dex?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. And I guess I'm sorry that I didn't. Wow, you guys put those up so quick. Here's your uh, more deadly bullets, I guess.
How? Thank you. Um,
It's an
and
excellent quality bundle as well, which means the
the
supply target is 12 instead of 10.
I wouldn't have run out of these if I had them before.
Well, I can always make you more, so don't worry about it. You shoot as
Thank.
many bullets as you need to, which I know for you is like you want less, that'd be less just in general, but like, if you need to shoot more, like that is totally okay. Cause like I can always make more. I have a bunch of stuff that we can we could take apart this half of this. Well, no, Porter wouldn't like it if we took apart the half this wagon, but we could take apart half this wagon and it'd be fine. And then
What was that over there?
um
Sorry, just thought I heard my name. No? All right. Carry on.
huh,
I
enjoy your
can I
bullet.
get can I get a read on Eloise's sudden inability to speak, which is an incredibly jarring shift based on her typical personality?
Yeah, I mean, Eloise, I don't know if you're trying to resist or anything.
I mean, sure. I'm trying.
Okay, cool. So either blend or manipulate from Eloise and then a discipline check from Dex.
Okay. Blend is probably better. Blend is definitely better.
Oh, I don't have that reliability. Injuries are rough, man.
Oh yeah. You should get Porter to look at that. I know he doesn't look like a doctor, but like he has a med kit and like it's pretty smart. I got 3 hits with a 10 high.
I have a 12.
Okay.
I only have the one that hit. So.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, there's something there. You don't know the exact intricacies of it. You can't like read into the history of it. But Eloise obviously gets flustered whenever Porter's around.
Well, thank you for the bullets.
Yeah. Of course. If they don't like, I made them. I guess the caliber of your gun. So like, just let me know if they're wrong because I can reshape them. It's just like
I
another 15, 20 minutes.
load
Just,
them into my gun as we're
oh,
standing
they look
here.
perfect. Wonderful. I'm glad. Well, if you need anything else, of course I can make it happen. Probably, maybe. Just ask.
Is it that you're not giving somebody in Waypoint a run for their money with your talent?
Oh, well, they've been there forever. So, I don't want to like come in and like make waves. I just want, to like, I don't know. I never really, um,
You've also met Loretta Rose, the blacksmith
and I've helped her
of Waypoint.
sometimes.
You've helped her a bit. Like she has a different apprentice. Well, she's
I'm
had
not her apprentice.
she's
Yeah.
had a few apprentices since you've been there. None of them have really been up to snuff, but you do know that Loretta Rose, the blacksmith of Waypoint, is exceedingly talented. While you are extremely good, she's better.
Yeah. And also like, and like with vehicle repairs, like the decasters have kids and like I could learn how to be a really good doctor probably, but like the doc is like real grumpy. And so anyway, it's just like everybody in Waypoint's sort of like a, like an icon of their whole thing. And that's why they're in Waypoint and that's how they can like, they're like famous. And I don't want to be famous. I just want something. I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry, was that a compliment? Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. That was very nice. I'm gonna what?
And she walks
Oh,
off into the
hey,
darkness.
is this the line for the? Or no, I think at that moment Gus walks up like, "Hey, is this the line for the armor repair?" He's got two machinery cubes, and he like sort of like stands out.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hold on just a second. Just give us a spin real quick.
Yeah, I'll go over and like finish setting up camp with Porter.
I'm rolling so hot tonight. That is again 5 hits. So that is 8 points of your armor.
Yeah, that'll do it. Well, dang, this is great. Here, I've already handed 2 machinery cubes, but I guess at that point it only takes 1.
Yeah.
I was like, nah, that one's yours. That one's yours. You're better with it than I am.
If you know what, I'm gonna put your name on it, and so like if we need it at any point, you know that it's yours. Here, look, Gus, and then like it's just right here, so like you can just anytime you need it.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, all right, thanks. Is there anything I can? How are you doing?
I'm fine.
All right, good. Well, I'm gonna go cook us some dinner or something.
Okay. I've never been in. Like he goes to leave, and I like just like start as soon as like the pressure's off of like I have to talk about me, then like I start talking about me, and so like as he starts walking off, I like try to keep pace, and I'm like, yeah, I've never really been in a fight before. Like I've been around a fight, but not in a fight. And I've never seen a wasset in real life, and like it was real scary. But like I was like, yeah, you eat that, and then it was like, and then I was like. And then like I was so afraid because everybody was getting real hurt and and then like I was like, oh, maybe I can help you with that guy, and then I was like, oh no, maybe I shouldn't, and then like I didn't know what you wanted, and like because we're not like we're not a team, right? But we could be a team if you wanted to be a team, but we're not like you don't have to be a team anyway. So yeah, what are you making?
At this point, Gus finishes noisily lighting the fire. He goes, oh, sorry, what was that?
Nothing.
All right. Yeah, no, dinner will be on about 10:15.
Okay. I'm gonna go check the okay. All
right.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I think once.
Oh wait, no, Eloise.
Oh, Yeah.
Wait, there is something I do want to talk to her about. Wait, no, Ellie's. Okay, so I don't know. I might try to. I sort of like take her over to the side. Yeah,
Okay.
so like Porter definitely saw me do my sort of thing in the fight a little bit.
Yeah, I saw him see you, and I tried to like get a read without like looking too interested, but then like he might have seen me, so I didn't look. So
Oh, oh wait, no, but did you get anything off him?
no, I didn't talk to him about it. No. That would be too
All right.
suspicious, I think. But maybe I thought I could like swing it, but he's like real savvy, so I was like, so you know.
I got it. I could just sort of, I don't know, I'll gauge him. I'm gonna make us up some dinner, and I'll sort of sit next to him, and I don't know, I'll chat with him. I'll chat with old Port, see how things are going, see what he thinks. You know,
Porter, what are you up to during the armor repair extravaganza
Right.
and the following cooking of supper?
I think like Gus and I, start setting up the camp, and me and Dex are finishing, and at whatever point I look up from setting up the camp and notice that Dex is very badly hurt, I'm going to say, wait, hold on, sit down. Can I do something about that?
Sure.
I think
Eloise mentioned you're quite handy with a med kit.
I'd rather get you fixed than the camp. So just sit down for a second. Let me grab my thing, and I'll go grab the medkit out of the wagon. And by any chance, do you have a first aid cube?
I don't.
Oh, that's all right. Just didn't want to use one of mine. Uh, and so I'll grab it, and I'll try and fix him up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll man, I've been trying to pull up the Dex art because I think the only part of the tattoo that's visible is like arm up to shoulder, right?
Yeah.
So the like Dex takes off his armor and like undoes the like shirt tunic thing he has, and it goes down over God, I can't remember which arm it's on. I think it's on his right. It goes down over like the right side of his chest. And there's like fire coming down from the storm over the town that's like up on the shoulder, comes down into like almost like a storm of fire stretching down towards the center of his chest.
Is it specific to your order?
Yes, but not because like the symbol is something that everyone has.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Could
Um,
I
Porter, you
try
could
and
roll
roll
lore to
tranquilize?
-4.
lower -4? I'll try it. Might as well. These are my fix people dice. Four. Well, that's it's it's one hit.
Okay. So you don't know what order Dex is from. You don't know anything. The thing you are able to identify is that he is a gunslinger. And that's pretty easy. He's a gunslinger. He's obviously not like a fully fledged gunslinger, because one of the most iconic things about a gunslinger is or at least a gilded gunslinger, is that they have a very like significant like buckle that indicates what guild they're from. He doesn't have it. His buckle is clean. But you do know that there's well over a dozen, maybe 24 gunslinger guilds out there, and they all have their own traditions and symbolism. And so while you don't know anything about what order he is from or what any of his traditions are, like the tattoos at least ring significant enough that like you think they may tie to his guild in some way, but you have no frame of reference for how, if it's true.
Sure. And I'll take note of his tattoos and start fixing them up. And I'll ask, so are these personal tattoos, or are they related to your guild?
Yes.
Fair enough. I'll try not to mess any of them up. Although it looked like you didn't do any damage anywhere, heavily inked there.
No, it's mostly here. I like point to the spot where like a sniper bullet, like I imagine, tore through like a fleshy bit without anything particularly important.
Yeah.
And then like above it a little bit where a crossbow bullet just got like wedged into the armor plates and probably has left a very large welt there now.
And you're just fucking around with these, are you? No, just not even thinking about them, are you?
With what? The tattoos?
No, the injuries, lad. You're just trying to. Are you kidding me? I'd be out. I'd be laid out at least for the night with these. You're tough.
It's not always an option.
That's fair. But
Sometimes it's cold and it's dark and there's no one else to get you food on the side of a mountain, but you still have to hunt.
well, at least you're not alone on this particular mountain.
It's much appreciated.
Right, lean back there. You're not taking the first shift tonight, all right? You're not taking the first. Actually, perhaps you should take the first so you can get some sleep. First or last, your pick.
I'll take first. No, I'll take last. I'm an early riser anyways.
Fair enough.
Successes did you roll on?
3 successes.
You have a med kit, so that's 6 hit points back to.
I only have injuries. I don't have hit point damage.
Oh, okay. So the 3 will treat your injury then. Wait,
Yeah.
sorry. You have more than one injury?
I have 2 class 2 injuries
Okay,
that
so
have no
one of
rest
those
on them
class 2 injuries is treated.
yet. I think it's either hits equal to the class or 1 plus the class in either case, right? Like,
Yeah, he's good. He's good. 3 successes.
the pro gamer in me wants to get rid of compromised because it's reliability, but the terrified storyteller has gotten rid of shaken because it reduces my misfire threshold.
Well, hopefully it's an easy run for the rest of the trail.
Hopefully. They put so much effort into establishing an ambush that was weighted incredibly in their favor. It's hard to imagine they would take a run at us again.
Sure, yeah, right. Especially not without their 3 Wusset pets.
No, I imagine not.
Did I hear that you shot that sniper? Like, actually hit them?
I did hit them once.
All right, well, it's good to know you're at least good with those things.
Yeah, Thex just laughs. Thank you, Porter.
Finish setting up the camp and sit down at whatever meal Gus eventually makes us.
Yeah, Gus makes
Before long, you hear the dinner triangle.
yeah, Gus makes some good trail food, mostly like beans and jerky. It's done up a little bit. You all are able to have a peaceful evening. Though, Porter, you do notice that throughout the evening, Louise is just a little.
Yeah, yeah. Can I take a second to take my dinner next to Porter?
Yeah, you do it. Porter,
Yeah.
what are you up
Hey-
to during dinner?
Hey,
It's
Porter,
like,
how you doing?
Right.
like just shoveling.
Dang, Porter, you look like you're enjoying yourself. I was never. I don't know. I was sort of the cook on the farm.
I can tell. This is much better than anything I usually throw together, especially on the trail. It's mostly, crackers and dried meats and sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
This is so good. This is incredible.
Well, you get stuff hot, and I'll put a little spice in there, and all sorts of magical things happen.
True. You certainly brought
So-
the spice to the fight today. That was something.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. I know some people get up in a whole way about it, but I don't know. It's something I've been able to do since I was young. Just
Mm.
sort of.
Did you leap on top of a lot of wagons as a youth?
No, although one time, when my mama found me on top of the barn, and I was like 6 or 5 or something. She didn't much like that, and she didn't quite know how I got up there. And then, things sort of spiraled and progressed from there. But she was very, very open with me. She said, open-minded people would understand. Maybe,
Right.
find
That
those people out in the world.
that's the sort of thing. Sounds like my mother would say. I
Yeah.
grew up all around all kinds of illuminated folks. It's part of the fish god religion. If you're born blessed with illuminated powers, you're born of the scurf. You've partaken of the energy of the fish god, and I don't know if I believe that, but it is a talent. And I understand that some people aren't as open-minded. I don't think that Elle would be, upset about it. But if you like to keep me, if you'd like me to keep it close to the chest, I will.
I mean, it's sort of tough to hide. I bet she probably saw it. I don't know. If she gets real awkward about it with me, just, I don't know, sort of let me sort of holler at me.
What?
Maybe I'll talk to her.
Sure, I can. I'm good at steering
Yeah.
conversation.
So Gus, roll a manipulate test. Porter, roll. Do you have playing the player?
I certainly do.
Roll manipulate. Porter doesn't get
cool.
danced around in awkward social situations. This is his bread and butter.
I was terrified of this role. Although, all right, Eloise, I did literally as best as I could. So I do have a 10.
Oh.
10. I'm gonna spend 2 grit to play the gallery.
Oh, how dare you! Oh, how dare you! Take this man's grit away from him and give it to Tommy.
I mean, that grit has to go to Gus, right? You can't just take that grit, Tommy.
Yeah, grit.
Gus, take a grit.
Sorry, Eloise. I'll still let anyone out for a grit.
Well, the reroll didn't help, but that's 2 hits over a 10.
Okay, yeah. So Porter, you don't get like a full read on Gus, but you
Right.
realize immediately that he's putting on a little bit of a show for you. And he's doing it for Eloise's sake. And you're not sure exactly what it is. The first thing your mind jumps to is that Eloise may have already known that Gus was illuminated before you did. Like Gus
All right.
talked to her about it or something. That's what you're able to pick up on. Is that, but like, it's weird though. What's weird is that Gus is lying about, like, trying to hide the fact that Eloise knew. Like, you don't think it's malicious or anything. It's just weird. It's awkward. You feel like it's like one of those weird social stigma things where he's like trying to cover the fact that like something for her. You think like your first thought is like maybe it's something along the lines of like she figured it out first or something. You don't know.
Elle's quite a sweet person, isn't she?
Yeah, she's great. She's real cool.
Well, she's also a very trusting person. So, just I feel as though you're a very nice person as well. But I haven't known you for very long, so just be nice to her.
All right, Porter. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And just take it slow if you can.
He's like 45.
Okay, Porter. All right.
That's why I'm saying take it slow, because I am very protective of her.
Gus takes that to mean Porter doesn't think that Gus should use insight powers anymore. Oh, gotcha. All right. Yeah. I don't know. I'll see what I can do. All right. Well, anyways, it was good talking to you. What was it? Born of the Sturf, did you say?
But born of the scurf.
Scarf?
Like, you know, the flakes of
Like a
skin.
scarf, like
Yeah.
you sorta
No,
when it's cold.
skirt, like a scurf. Is that how you say it? I don't. Sorry, it doesn't come out the same way.
Oh.
I haven't spent that much time in the Badlands, you know, just a little bit.
Right. No worries. I mean, born of the scarf, huh?
Mhm.
All right. Born of the scarf. Cool. All right, well, enjoy your dinner, Porter. I'll
yeah.
get out of your hair.
Good.
Gus just sort of like
I
walks
assume he
away.
goes to the other side of the fire.
he walks away and like surreptitiously in his mind sort of like looks over at Eloise and like winks.
I think he's trying to steal my girlfriend.
I love this Shakespearean ass campfire dinner scene.
So the rest of the evening passes without event unless anyone else wants to get up to anything. And
I'll reline the wheels on the
oh sure, that just takes some time. No
Yeah.
materials. You're able to fix up. So Porter, your wagon, the speed goes
Oh.
back to the normal.
I will help with that in whatever way I am capable of, which I imagine is literally holding a flashlight.
Yeah, pretty much. It helps. And yeah,
it saves a battery on my night vision goggles.
and then you're able to set up watch for the night. Night passes without incident, and you're able to hit the road in the. And by around midday, you arrive in Las Viudas. So Las Viudas is a small. Nothing too crazy. Mostly a one road town. Couple like offshoots of like nearby farmsteads and like residences. For the most part, just like a one road town. You do see the LRC tower. It looks in a bit of disarray. Not like overtly broken or anything, but like worn and unkempt, right? Like this LRC tower. It's obviously. As you approach, you see a couple staples of various towns. You see there's a small, like, especially compared to the De Castro stables, a very small stables on the north side of town. Or no, it's like halfway through town. And then there's a saloon. You do see kind of up in the hills, there's a path with like these like pylons built up around it, which Eloise you're able to identify are like kind of solar powered like torches that light that path, and it leads to like kind of this mountainous area, like this small little like more like a butte than anything else that there seems to be a mine built into that is part of this town. And there's a general store, the LRC tower. You do see a sheriff's office a little ways down as you approach, but overall a very modest and small Badland settlement. So the sheriff's office catches your eye, Dex. The mine catches your eye, Eloise. And Porter, one thing that catches your eye is kind of in the main thoroughfare. You do see someone set up with, it's not a wagon, but like a little bit of a pop-up counter with like stacks and stacks of shelves. There's some peddler in the middle of town who's like shouting out things at
Well, I'm gonna go check in with the LRC operator. Oh no, John Finley?
Yeah, so you're able to pull the wagon right up. Gus, you're able to help at least unload the crates. John Finley steps out as you pull up Eloise, if you step to the front, he goes, "All right, what we got here? What, something for the nomads? Gonna be about a week. John Finley is the name."
I'm Eloise. Mr. Rockwell sent me. I've got.
Bobby! Oh, it's here from Waypoint. Oh, is this my stuff? I was expecting it with the nomads.
Unfortunately, I didn't arrive in time, and I was kind of heading out anyway. And so, anyway, I'm here with the items and at your disposal for helping you put it together so you can get those messages back up and running, lickety split, you know.
All right, well, that's very nice of you, Miss Lady. What'd you say your name was?
Eloise.
Eloise. All right. Well, pleasure to meet you. I assume Bobby took care of payment, so I'll go ahead and collect the stuff, and we'll get things up and running right away. I really appreciate it. That's great. That's above and beyond for Bobby. I was expecting this stuff in a week.
Lucky you.
All right, look at the size of this fella. All right, hey, while you're setting it down, go ahead and bring it around the back. And we'll go ahead and load it up into the back of the tower there. There's no reason to set it down here. This is the main thoroughfare. Bring it around back, buddy. Look at the size of that guy. Where'd you find him?
What, Waypoint.
Dex and Porter, what are you up to during this?
If they seem like they have it under control, I will go see if there is a bounty for any member of what I've been calling in my head the Kenny Mathis gang. But I guess it might not be the Kenny Mathis gang.
Okay, cool. So you walk down the road towards the sheriff's office. What about you, Porter?
Is the peddler, is he close enough to the sheriff's office that I can like just keep an eye on my teammates and also go see what he's doing?
Yeah, the town's not super big, so basically you can walk
Cool.
with Dex half the way and then peel off to go to the peddler's place while Dex goes the rest of the way to the sheriff's office. Unless you want to scope him
take
out
it.
from afar.
I just want to seem as though kind of I'm watching him just do his thing without actually him noticing that I'm watching him do his thing.
Okay, go ahead and roll blend.
I was afraid to say that.
You, sir, are up against a 10.
Well, okay. That's a grave misfire.
What do I even...
You're
What?
3 for 3, Zach.
I know. I can't blend.
God,
That's
I had
every
some...
episode.
I know.
I had some fail cases for this. I don't know if I have a grave misfire case for this. All right. So Dex and Porter go walking towards the sheriff's office. And Porter, you stop partway through to kind of like scope out this guy's stuff. And he sees you scoping it out. And he goes, "Come on over. Come on. Name's Derek
Right.
Booth.
Porter Janus. Nice to meet you, Derek.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Porter. You, sir. You seem like a stand-up fella. New to town? I haven't seen you around. I've been here for a little while.
Right, I just came in with some supplies.
Right, Drifter then, yeah?
Right, Drifter, I suppose.
Right, well, I have everything here you need. And then what happens, Porter, is you're like scanning his wares. It's mostly general goods. Like there's a general store
Sure.
over there, but this is like a little bit of tonics, a little bit more than you might expect to find in a general store in this town, right? Like it's like tech cubes, first aid cubes, a couple poor quality tonics, some stuff like that. Like stuff that's just like a little bit more elevated above like just basic general stuff like machinery. And your eyes linger because he has a display on the front of his like booth. It's like this kind of like tiered display with a bunch of pamphlets in it. And your eyes linger on that because you see they are pamphlets for that are labeled Citizens for the Regulation of Illuminated Threats.
Nope.
And without really thinking, like that catches your eye and you kind of linger on that for a second and you reach out just to look at it and he goes, aha, I see. You, sir, are another concerned citizen. Go ahead, read up. Look, if you ask me, these shiners are walking around our town, left and right? They're creeping up on us, right? Lucy, Lou, everyone, your neighbors, any one of them could be. You should read that booklet, friend, because there are others just like you who are understandably worried about what these people can do. Citizens of the for the regulation of illuminated threats. They're situated in an overlook if you ever find your way up there.
Overlook. All right. Sure.
Right, yeah, it's right there nearby Fort Dearborn.
Mm-hmm.
They are always looking for contributions, looking for other people who are worried for their own safety and the safety of their loved ones. Pleasure, in these parts, it's not always easy to find.
No. Right, it's not, is it? It's not. This is very interesting literature.
Yeah, you open it up, you see a couple things at a quick glance. There's a few headers within this pamphlet. One is how many of your neighbors are illuminated? And then there's another one that says limitless dangers, and another one that says the unseen threat, followed by a header that says what can you do? Underneath like how many of your neighbors are illuminated, you see really quickly they devolve into a rhetoric that you're pretty smart. I don't think I need a lore test from you. Isn't really like founded in anything real.
Right.
But it's this concept of illuminated people. This kind of like this term thrown around a lot of shine sickness, which is this kind of pseudoscience terminology to define the illuminated condition. And so they like introduce it in that first little like header paragraph and then use it the rest of the way through this pamphlet. They just say like the shine sickness, shine sickness does this, shine sickness does this. And they use things like know thy enemy and talk about how like most incidents of shine sick people are violent incidents because it's law enforcement butting up against illuminated criminals, and like that there's no way to know what there is. And basically it seems like most of their whole like stance is and you've heard about this a little bit having lived in the Fort Dearborn territory for at least a few months. There's this very small but very vocal growing political movement in Fort Dearborn that is basically people saying that illuminated people need to be regulated, monitored, and controlled because who knows what they're capable of, and they're a danger to anyone.
Right. Have I seen things like this where I'm from in the city, or is it mostly just kind of smaller?
The Markham's Landing territory, almost not at all.
No.
Yeah, you know from your stance as a person who grew up in Markham's Landing, like Fort Dearborn territory is a little backwards on this.
Good to know. So
yeah, like if you're gonna find people who are like Sure, intolerance for Illuminated people and fear for Illuminated people is prevalent everywhere, but Fort Dearborn in the past couple years has kind of risen that above. In the past, like, 10 or so years, like, their rhetoric has gotten more and more hate, more and more fear.
So do these citizens, do they pay you to disseminate their pamphlets and things like that?
No, I'm a proud member. I contribute every month. You should too as well. You look like a dandy old fella. You probably have a few spurs in your pocket you can send to Overlook. It's the Valentines you want to contribute to. They're in charge of this whole thing. Valentine Coalition, I like to call it.
All right, good to know. So you're one of these citizens yourself, then?
Or I like to think so, yes. Well, I mean,
Right,
we
then.
both are, right?
Right.
And you don't want no Shiner living next to you without you knowing.
Porter
I,
does not respond specifically, and he is going to walk away from this table, and walk back to his wagon. Is Gus done unloading it?
As you start walking away, he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I misread the situation. I thought you were an upstanding citizen, but it turns out you're just a glow stick loving fool like the rest of them." Dex, you're
that catches my attention.
Dex, you're not very far from this situation. You're heading towards the sheriff's office. You hear him shout out, "You're just a glow stick lover like the rest of them." And that turns your head, and you notice as you turn your head, because you're heading towards the sheriff's office, heading out of the saloon, seeming to be watching this situation unfold from the patio of the saloon, is a woman you can immediately identify as the sheriff from the tin on her on her vest. And she walks out and goes, "Mr. Booth, listen, you are welcome to sell your wares in this town, but that does not give you a license to burden the people here with your hateful and ignorant talk." "Begging your pardon, Sheriff, I don't have a hateful bone in my body. As an officer of the law," he's like, now he's performing. He sees you looking, Dex. He sees Porter. He's turned you around. Eloise and Gus, you might even be able to hear this from the LRC tower, kind of like carrying over. He realizes he's starting to get just a crowd, right? Even some random, locals walking around.
Yeah, as I see him realize like he's on a stage, I sort of step up. I believe the sheriff said you can sell your things quietly or leave.
The sheriff eyes you for a second, trying to see what your play is here. And she goes, "Begging your pardon, Mr. Booth, but you don't have a tea kettler's say in anything like that in this town. Might I remind you," she says, walking out, and she glances at you one more time, Dex, as she steps down and then decides not to keep you in her line of sight as she walks towards him. "Might I remind you that you crossed into San Cordero territory 3 days ago. The Valentine Coalition don't have a place here. Fort Dearborn may be willing to treat some of its citizens as subhuman, but here in San Cordero, a person's value is based on what they put in the world." You see her eye a part of his booth that seems to be kind of hand painted pieces of art, landscapes and still lifes. And she kind of glances at that for a second and goes, "Might just be you're frustrated to be held to the standard of your own work." He goes, "Now, Sheriff, there's no reason to get personal. You don't think it's personal for the folks you say belong beneath you just because they got dealt a card of hands that scares you? Calling me a coward, Sheriff?"
I am.
He looks over his shoulder at you, Dex. You look at him. Dex, go ahead and roll a challenge roll for me.
Okay, that's about as. Oh no, that's it. That's as good as I can do.
I have
Good
a
luck.
3.
I'm not like I don't roll a lot of dice at this, but I have a 6 and an 11.
Cool. So it's 2 net successes. You say, I am. He looks to you. You stand there. You don't even have to reach for your gun. You just stand there. And like, he stares at you, stares at the sheriff, stares at you. He concedes. Is there anything in particular you'd like to have happen here?
Yeah, I would like what I say next to like sort of take hold in his heart, like even just a little bit.
Sure. Something for him to like keep him up at night while he's contemplating his choices in life.
For a man terrified that, I'm just going to make the assumption based on knowing what he's been shouting. For a man terrified that his neighbors are all superhuman criminals out to get him, you sure are willing to shout about it as loud as you can.
He goes like green in the gills and like stumbles back and actually like knocks over something in his thing as he like is like, wait a second. And the sheriff can't help but chuckle a little bit, and she goes, Mr. Booth, I do think it would be best if you packed up your shop for the day. Go have a drink at the saloon. Tell Frida it's on me. And he goes, right, okay. And he like closes down his thing a little bit and starts walking off. And before he finishes shuttering the thing, she grabs the pamphlet like stand out of it. Go ahead.
As he's finishing packing up, I think he's going to hear the kind of like whirring and the creak of my wheels as I wheel my wagon into the square and set up my shop and start hawking my own wares.
Just like right opposite, like right across the thoroughfare.
Into his eyesight. Come to Ramblin' Retail. Get your bigotry-free goods from all over our fair badlands. Come. Are you interested? Yes, absolutely nothing bad to say about anybody here. Bigotry-free and accepting of all and every one.
Dex, you hear as the sheriff like is soaking in the scene, and Derek Booth is like closing up his stuff and like walking off, like kind of like chagrined, and she's holding that like display of pamphlets, and she has them all collected and drops the display on the ground, and she says to him, I don't want to see these pamphlets in my town ever again, Booth. You hear? And he like nods and like rushes off. She like tears them up a couple times as she walks towards Porter's wagon, side open and everything. And she goes, Sheriff Levy, at your service.
Porter,
Okay.
Porter Jane, it's very nice to meet you, Sheriff.
She shakes your hand and goes, you can call me Rebecca, and gives you a wink.
Now I do have a question. Porter, when you open up your wagon and your shop, is the dead body in the back visible?
I mean, it's under like a wagon or under a like blanket, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's there. Okay. Like there's a lump. There's a lump in the back of the wagon.
Very, very nice to meet you, Sheriff Levy. Sorry, Rebecca. I think perhaps, and I look over at the lump, my friends and I have something to discuss with you.
Do you now? Well, before you get to talking to me about any kind of business, let me go ahead and get myself one of them tech cubes. What's it going to cost me?
Oh, the tech cube. I have my prices. Let me pull them up real quick. Well, for the esteemed sheriff of such a town as this, I think I could let a tech cube of such quality as that go for let's say 2 spurs.
She reaches in her pocket, pulls out 2 spurs, puts them on the little countertop. She goes, now about that business. And she glances towards Dex, who I assume has walked at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe Eloise and Gus, who were not too far away. I guess, Eloise, you're still talking to... Well, you were talking to John Finley, but
yeah.
All attention of the town was on that scene. Finley's just kind of standing there, and he looks at you, and you look at him, and he goes, "So it was not done."
Oh, if you need help repairing, I'll see you later.
Thank you for the help. Pleasure meeting you. What was it again? Lise?
Eloise. Oh, Eloise.
Eloise. All right. Well, pleasure.
Okay. You too,
And
Mr.
he goes,
Finley.
walking back to the LRC tower.
And then I would, I guess, head over to the Ramblin' Retail.
So that the sheriff kind of leans against Porter's wagon, guarding the four of you. He goes, "Well, 4 drifters coming into town, delivering LRC parts. I do appreciate that. It's been some time since we've been able to get word from the outside."
On our way from Waypoint, we had a run-in with a man by the name of Kenny Mathis.
She thinks for like a couple seconds. "Yeah, I know the name. If I recall, he's got a bounty on him and a couple ladies that like to travel with."
Would this be one of them?
He just licked out the thing.
Tarp off.
He goes, like, not really phased by the dead body. She goes, "Yeah, I do think that might be Nicolette Dubois."
Well, we ran into Nicolette on the way over here.
And Kenny. So that must mean Lulu wasn't too far away.
Further than I'd
Not
like.
far enough.
She goes, "Well, I'll have to check the LRC to make sure my memory holds up, but I think Nicolette has a bounty of 12 spurs on her." Didn't get Kenny or Lulu, huh?
This close, would you believe it?
God dang it! I was so close to him.
Oh,
Tried to hire me.
they're slippery, huh? They don't operate in these. Wait, what?
I was. Sorry, he didn't give me a chance, but I was gonna say no. He offered me a job, but then he left, and I was like, hello? Don't worry, I wasn't gonna say yes. I'm not one for crime.
He like sizes you up a little bit, looking up, like, and like measuring the extreme like breadth of your body, and then goes, "All right, well, your business is your business. I'm happy to take Nicolette in here."
Have you been running into a lot of trouble with the Mathis gang? Because I know they were looking for these LRC parts that we brought into town.
I thought that might have been why they moved into our territory. A town cut off from an LRC. It's prime pickings for a bandit crew. Though a crew of 3, not so much. But this makes sense. Them trying to pick up the supplies on the way. Must mean they're well informed. No, they're not. I mean, they've come through this territory from time to time. They aren't strangers to this. They know the land, but they get around. I haven't actually heard from them. I'll say a year or so, maybe 2. Thought maybe they had dug up their roots and moved on somewhere else, or maybe ended up on the wrong side of a double cross or something. But I guess they're back. I thought it might have been them rolling around. All 3 of them's illuminated, so kudos to the 4 of you for being able to take them on. That's usually gives them the edge over the odd traveler, shotgun in their. So
luckily,
Yeah,
I had a
speak-
rock to hide behind.
Yeah, speaking of that, do you happen to know somebody whose name his name is Timothy? Sorry, what was it? Timothy Middleton?
Timothy,
Middleton.
you mean Mr. Middleton?
Yeah.
Hell, He passed through town about a week and a half ago.
Yeah, they yeah, it seems like they got to him.
Used him as bait, if you can believe it.
It's a damn shame. You don't have his body trussed up in the wagon, do you?
I feel like it would be weird if we hadn't also brought him, right?
No one said that they went back for Middleton's
No,
body.
We didn't. We didn't.
I have 4 extra grit. We did.
Hey! Oh my gosh, he used it!
Yeah.
Big swings only.
Separate wagon or separate blanket. There's another body that is
Right.
Timothy Middleton.
Yeah. That's actually no words in the response, just shh.
All right. Well, he ain't from around here, but by the looks of him, we ain't gonna be able to get him back to his family. They're Western Badlands. Some time to go. We'll send word to them, and meanwhile, we'll put him in our grove out back. Give him a proper burial. Undertaker came through a little while ago and did loan me some seeds, so I give proper burial to fine triptych. You know, he used to be a preacher.
Really?
Yeah, he used to come through. He's come through town for the past 15 or so years. Yeah, once a year at least, if not twice. He gives sermons to anyone who wanted to listen. We don't have a church ourselves. His visits were always welcome. Shame to see him go, though. He was a fine fella. Well, guess that's the way it goes in the end. Would have been
Well,
real
could
nice
you-
if you had gotten Kenny. He's the brains of that operation.
If you ever get in contact with his family, could you I'll take out my LRC tag, and could you just let me know? I'd love to maybe get something of some restitution to them if I could.
Institution. Are you saying?
Well, you know, I feel bad about it, but we did kind of pick apart his motorcycle for parts, so just some kind of payment to pass along.
Sure. I don't think they're gonna fret themselves over that much. They'll be happy to know what happened to him. Some people did just go out traveling between towns. You never can. But either way, I'll go ahead and she taps her LRC to your LRC to get your contact information. She goes,
Much appreciated.
I'll go ahead and pass it along. They'll maybe send you a message. At the very least, they might like to know more about how he died. But for the time being, sir, what is your name? He says to Gus.
Oh, yeah, I'm Gus. I'm Gus Gurley.
Mr. Gurley, if you would be so kind to carry the remains of both these folk. You don't have to do it both at the same time. Back behind the sheriff's office, I can take care of the two of them. Meanwhile, I can get you your payment. I just gotta check my ledger. I think it's 12 spurs.
Gus takes what's her name?
Nicolette.
Nicolette, like very like casually tosses her over his shoulder, and he takes Timothy and like in both of his arms, like very carefully, and sort of like walks it over where she points him.
And she's able to go in her office during that time, check her ledger, and then she comes out with a sack of 12 spurs. She hands it to Port. There you go. 12 spurs, like I remember. Unless it went up in the last couple days or so, but I don't imagine so. Feel like I would have heard it since they were in my area.
I'll pass the sack over to Deck.
Take out 3 spurs and I hand it back to Porter.
Well, cheers. Kind of like disseminate the bounty, I suppose.
Anyways, sorry about the hubbub coming in. Mr. Booth, he also only comes into town once or twice, and well, if I ran every fool who ran his mouth out of town, well, we would have a very small amount of profitable people coming in once or twice a year. So I try to keep them in check, but I do apologize if I offended your sensibility. Don't speak for this town.
Well, I understand your inclination not to run everybody out, but if I can make his pocketbooks hurt, I'm an Ictitarian. I don't stand for that.
Well, sir, if you want to set up camp for some time, I can keep him on ice for about 2 days. See, Frida, she gives him watered down whiskey, so 1 drink is really 5 drinks.
Well done, Rita.
But you're welcome to stay in town as much as you like, and I imagine after his embarrassment, Booth will head on. He's been here for a few days. So feel free to shack up here if you like, or move on, as is your want. I appreciate you delivering Mr. Middleton here, and Bounty as well. And the goods, the LRC. Happy to see that come back. Honestly, send my regards to Waypoint. Been a while since I heard from them. Glad to see we're still on their radar.
Mr. Rockwell was adamant that you get these parts as soon as possible. So, we just wanted to do our job and do it well.
Good fellow, that Bobby. Good fellow. Met him a couple times. Shared a steak dinner with him. Nice.
I could go for a steak dinner. That sounds... Oof.
Should pop into Frida's. Just got a hell of a kitchen there.
I'd turn to my compatriots. Should we?
Dinner sounds good.
She speaks more to Dex than anyone else. Just, if you can stomach it, let Mr. Booth sulk in the corner. Once he's been slapped on the wrist, he tends to keep his mouth shut. Ain't no reason to go aggravating him again.
Not in the business of making trouble.
Right then. You and I are going to get along great. Welcome to Las Viudas. And the 4 of you are able to head towards the saloon of Las Viudas. And that's what will end tonight's session. All right, we did it.
We did it.
Hooray!
I just realized I don't think I have my phone up the Discord. I know we have some.
I mean, we're in the Discord, so I'll take a look.
There's just no way for us to get to those Discord questions, y'all.
He can't
no
page away,
possible
though.
way.
Can't answer.
There's no way for anyone currently here to get to those Discord questions.
No way.
Yeah, I'm
So
not.
don't
I'm not
forget,
able to
can I
pull
give
them
a
up on my
Marvel-
computer without screwing up our overlays.
Right.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, no.
I can just open it twice. I have power. All right,
Typical
cool.
GM.
So
Wanna
I
give
know
a
we have a
Marvel
couple
style
questions.
Stinger to the app.
Oh, what's that? No, what's your stinger? What's your stinger?
Before I forget, someone will help me remember for next week. Gus does turn over to Dex with his new 3 spurs. He goes, "How do I get a tattoo?"
Oh, that's
It's
fun.
just a little stinger.
All right, sweet. So, we have a few questions through the Discord. I see at least one in the stream chat. So we're gonna start with the Discord. We've been off for 2 weeks, so Argotlam threw quite a few questions our way. First one is, so it seems, yeah, okay. All of the questions are characters to build. Can you build them in Manifest? That's these questions. So the first one is the 16th president of the United States, Abraham Lincoln.
We did this one.
Oh, did we?
We did that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh.
we did this one.
Oh,
This,
okay.
this
so
week
there's
is
just-
Odin
there's
and
just two.
Captain Falcon.
Oh, sweet.
Yes.
Sorry, because we had missed a week, I just like jumped
You assumed
above.
you had to go one up.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Sweet. All right, cool. So it's just 2 then. First up, Odin. Naturally a more limited Odin than the proper All-Father, but still a solid concept. This has to do with the video game Valheim.
You can get like close.
You could certainly make like a Mr. Wednesday. Spoilers.
Yeah, you can make sort of like a Odin if he could be killed. I guess Odin can be killed. Ragnarok's a thing. And Odin if he wasn't really a god.
Yeah.
But like, what about what is it? Master the elements, or
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's definitely an Odin talent.
Odin just like
I don't know
sleeps
if
a whole
Odin's-
lot and has some animal companions.
Yeah, I don't know if Odin's thing is like really elemental control. He's certainly
Yeah.
a spirit animal for,
lightning,
like,
though.
ravens.
Yeah,
Not
Yeah.
Thor.
And he has a
does he
wolf
not?
as well. So you
Yeah,
give him a
yeah.
workin, and
I think he's got 2 ravens and 2 wolves for some reason. I don't know why
Yeah,
anybody would double up
at
on
least
those.
yeah. So he grabs some workins. He gets like alpha, and has like let's see, he has a
Two copper birds.
a three
This part
copper
I have to
bird.
stress, despite my pushing for it over and over. You cannot currently get multiple smaller animals as your spirit animal.
No,
But,
you would
like,
have to like
I've been pushing for it. You know?
no, but I mean, like, you can still have like as long as your
You can
GM
have like
allows it.
trained animals, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
as you accumulate them.
then you have 2 sons, one who gets deep into the metal tree, and the other one gets real into the enlightenment tree.
And Moxie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then so definitely like 2 workin and 3 copper birds because they come in threes. And then you get him like a real nice tent so he can sleep all the time. And
I think he's very illuminated
He's
and has a lot
very-
of the mentalist powers like clairvoyance, locate object, like
he definitely has
that's, like,
blink.
like seeing things that are not near him is sort of his jam.
Yeah. He also is very manipulative. So
Yes.
like he definitely has
His 3
moxie.
stats I feel like are like personality, enlightenment, and then maybe tenacity.
I mean, it's tenacity, so he can have alpha and like the spirit animals and stuff like that. Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. As far as like what he would be, background is like probably privileged.
Yeah.
It gives you moxie. He's like he's a
I don't know.
king. He's a king.
Yeah, but I don't know that he started king, right? Like,
Well, I mean, he started prince, obviously.
so the thing is, like, Odin's whole thing is sort of like he kind of took everything that he has, right? So like, I don't know my
Yeah.
Norse mythology well enough to assign a background, but his path is like, honestly, grifter feels accurate.
Yes, yeah.
He's
Um,
always tricking people into things.
Grifter for sure, and then
Peddler maybe, right? Because like he's always, like he traded his eye for omniscience, right?
Yeah,
and that
that's
feels like a
true.
deal tilted in your favor.
I know.
You got XP that session.
And then the other question from Arget Lam is let's build Captain Falcon. Notable
Easy.
traits: incredibly good
Yes.
driver, extremely fleet-footed, can punch you with a level of force that is visible light years away. There is a talent that is Falcon Punch. In Manifest, there's a talent that, oh god, I can't remember. Iron Palm, I think it is.
Yeah, Iron Palm.
And it's it makes it so all your melee attacks in that like turn of combat just ignore armor. You just get to do direct to hit point damage.
It's a very fun turn.
That's just like Falcon Punch.
Yeah.
Falcon King.
I feel like out of my depth. What is this person from? What is this character?
I actually
from?
only know him
Uh,
from Smash.
He's from
Bros.
F-Zero.
Yeah,
It's a
me
racing
too.
game on like Super Nintendo and then
Oh.
N64, but he's most famous for being in Super Smash Brothers.
Oh, okay, cool. Smash Brothers is not my thing.
Yeah, so judging by this description, it's the Vigilance tree to make him really good at piloting.
Mhm.
If he's extremely fleet-footed, maybe it's the subtlety tree, so he gets the I can do this
Yeah.
all day, like super dodge.
Wall
thing.
running for sure.
And then the
See,
brawn,
I think of that's why I think of him more as enlightened.
and then the brawn tree for sure.
Oh
which
no,
is
that's just a
jump.
talent in the subtlety tree.
Yeah.
The thing is
Oh,
he
yeah.
does have to have good personality, because the one other thing he'll say besides Falcon Punch or Falcon Kick is show me your moves.
And that's a challenge if I've ever heard one.
That's for the variant all punching quick draw.
I love it. Captain Falcon
I
very
want to
easy.
get it a punching quick draw.
And then we have a question in the stream chat from Carnaxis, which is, are the anti-luminescent groups organized or mostly independent?
Wait and find out.
I'll let Addie answer.
Sure. So, I guess until this episode, there wasn't necessarily a super like
They didn't have a name.
they didn't have a name. There weren't groups. There's no like.
Well, no, there was at the end of last campaign. We heard about the Valentines and all their dark
Right,
anti-illuminated
but this is
people's efforts.
the Valentine Coalition. I think is the same thing. So this is
Valentine
just this one.
Coalition, judging by the pamphlet Porter looked at, the Valentine Coalition funds the Citizens for the Regulation of Illuminati.
Listen, I understand that they're a super PAC, which makes them inherently evil, but like but the thing, the answer to the question is they're in canon up until I guess the last couple episodes of last campaign. There wasn't any specific organized hate groups for illuminated against illuminated people.
This
It's just like a generalized fear of superhumans, right?
Sort of basically that there's like there's a reasonable amount of fear, especially at the beginning when people started manifesting these abilities that like no one really understood and are still not really well understood, that like they would grow and morph into something that was too powerful to be like controlled, and you end up with like a phoenix moment or something like that from X-Men. Anyway, or
Dark
Wanda.
Phoenix.
So anyway, basically there are like there have been incidents in towns, and even I think probably in like settlements and probably even like factory towns, where there's been a couple of people who were like really hateful and like you know bigotous that like did feared the unknown, and so the anti like illumination settle or like sentiment was based mostly on like negative interactions with sort of like what that pamphlet said, like criminal elements of people that were illuminated, and sort of scary stories from people who were unscrupulous in their like exploitation of illuminated the fact that illuminated individuals exist. So until the Valentine Coalition and the Citizens for the Elimination of illuminated threats or whatever, that there hasn't been a concerted extra settlement, extra like neighborhood, like um organization. It's been like individual players or maybe like a weird family or something like that. Because first of all, just people in Manifest aren't that organized in general. It's hard, but they're still working with like telegrams, you know? So like it's not exactly like the easiest thing to get like a movement going.
Yeah.
And
So
and specifically that way, on like purposefully that way.
yeah, the rise of the Valentine Coalition and this kind of anti-Illuminati sentiment that has become more far-reaching than any other organized anti-Illumination organization is because the Valentines are extremely wealthy and have been funneled a significant amount. If you're wondering where maybe some of that wealth came from, you should watch maybe the like at least like last like 20 episodes or 15 episodes of
But not anymore.
but of campaign 1. That's where we learned which, at least where one of the major funds of the
Yeah, basically the what we sort of know from meta knowledge is that like this coalition is nefarious because they are extremely wealthy people who have no scruples and kind of just like put their family first and probably don't pay taxes and lie a whole lot. And and basically they've put together something so that they canonically have gotten in trouble before, so that could easily be a misdirect for their own nefarious deeds. So that is a little bit conjecture because we don't have that proven at all anywhere. That's just my conjecture about this situation. But yeah, basically the like the hoarding of money and wealth, and then like the ability to scapegoat and well,
I mean,
look at history. History does this. This is
I'll call a shot for this campaign right now. I think a Valentine will be shot to death by the end of this campaign.
Dex is already like
He's already written the name on a bullet.
That's
yeah.
insane. It wouldn't shoot straight anymore.
bring it back to the question really quick is or like the spirit of the question is that like we specifically didn't build in a system of like bigotry and like stuff like that into like the core book or the system in general, because we believe that we can evolve beyond that, and that the societal tension of like illuminated versus not illuminated is that they that is supposed to be a social tension that can be played with in your own spaces if it's if you and your group feel comfortable with, but it's not something that you're going to find in the core book, and probably you're not going to find it in any of the hi.
just look at the chat.
um
We got
any of-
a raid from Ink and Liar. Hello, all of you.
Hi.
Welcome.
Please, howdy.
Howdy.
But any of the oh my god, what is the word? You know what I'm trying to say.
Supplemental
Expansion
material.
books?
Yeah, like campaigns and stuff like that. Gosh, I
Just
got so distracted.
a little bit distracted. Well, welcome
Yeah.
to everyone who's rated
my
us. We're just wrapping up the session. We're doing a little bit of a Q&A. Happy to see you here. Smash that follow button if you can. We love you all.
Smash it.
Smash it.
Thanks. so much.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's super great.
Y'all are amazing.
So
Ah,
sweet.
man.
Smash it.
Yeah.
Don't give Tommy grit.
I do want to point out that someone did use their channel points to throw a grit at Dex. Carnaxis, +1 grit to Dex.
Yeah.
I think because he wants to kill the bigots.
Take your shot, man.
Call me old fashioned, but I think if someone funds a hate group, you should shoot them.
Pretty good. Solid gunslinger methodology. The problem is you're very far from Overlook right now. Otherwise, you could just walk over there right now and take care of this.
I didn't say next session or even the session after. I said by the end of this campaign.
So do we don't have any more questions, right?
I don't see any more questions in the stream chat. So the last little bit, if you guys are quick with it, I think before we sign off for the night, if anyone wants to talk about in the game Manifest the RPG, the way you level up is through advancement triggers that are kind of these narrative moments that you can have that are key to your character's path. And if those things occur, everyone who's playing gets an experience point. So whoever wants to speak up first, if you think you hit any of your advancement triggers, let's go ahead and go with it. And since we have some new viewers, go ahead and say what your character's path is. That way, what's going on.
I'll jump in because I have to redeem myself for the horrific showing last session where I hit one of them that was like handed to me, almost a charity experience, if you will. So I'm playing a gunslinger, so all of my triggers are about basically solving evil with violence.
Got 2 guns. That means two bad people can die every turn.
I think a matter was settled with a gun when I shot Nicolette Dubois. We had settled into like a duel on those hills.
Yeah, you finished it off for sure. That's 1 XP for.
Okay, you call it corruption or evil as soon as you see it. As soon as I saw Booth, I called him a coward.
Yeah, you walked right into that situation for sure. And that 2 experience triggers gets you a grit.
Yeah. Someone evil is shot dead. I guess I don't know for sure about Nicolette Dubois, but based on what we do know about her, I feel pretty confident.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were bandits preying on innocent people.
The one I'm not sure about is justice is
You
delivered
don't
by the
pull that
swiftest
trigger
means
unless you
possible.
know for sure.
Someone
Justice is delivered by
sorry
the
about that.
swiftest means possible is the last one.
so do we
Like, I almost want to argue against it because the way I actually got her was to slow down.
yeah, I think maybe not. I think that's 3 XP right there. What about
I think
so
justice
the-
was delivered by the swiftest means possible when I rode the wagon into the square and took basically all of his customer base, right? All of his customer base.
when you as a peddler rolled into the middle of town, and then as soon as the other peddler was like shunned, you were like,
Being a
this is
dick.
my town now. I'm here to sell stuff. Sure.
Also, I did immediately confront him, and he backed down right away.
Yeah. I think the
Also-
convergence of the sheriff and Dex and Porter all just dunking
Everything came down on this.
everyone.
man.
As soon as Booth was like, "Hey, do you hate illuminated people? I hate illuminated people," and everyone was like, "No." Yeah, sure.
As a backup, I did a sail across that like those plains to go beat up the guy who was stealing our wagon.
You did
If we
sprint
take the
over
literal
to
definition
him,
of swift.
but everyone was trying to take him out at that point.
Yeah, so that's all 4 of mine. I have redeemed myself. I'm sorry for my terrible showing last week, y'all.
Eloise, what do you got?
Oh, sure. So as a tinkerer, I have an item you crafted proves necessary. I made that reverse bear trap.
You did successfully inconvenience the monster so badly with the contraption you built that it broke it and was like, I'm done here, and left.
This sucks. I'm not doing this anymore.
It still had a lot of hit points left, but it immediately, as soon as you jammed something in its mouth that it couldn't close, it was like, no, I don't want any of this.
Do not want.
Yeah, so a piece of gear was modified or repaired when I repaired almost everything in the entire camp.
Yeah. You repaired everyone's armor.
I didn't do any long-term projects, unfortunately. So a long-term project is completed, didn't happen. And
Oh, no. You completed a long-term project for sure.
Oh yeah, because I delivered the stuff, right? Is that a
Sure,
long-term
there's
project?
that, but you found out what Porter thinks about illuminated people.
I don't think Eloise heard any of the
Listener.
report.
Yeah,
Okay.
that wink was a little
I guess I assumed, like, when you made the joke, you go to the other side of the campfire, that it was challenging to not hear what was happening in that conversation. Never mind, I rescind my argument.
okay. So no on the project was completed unless the trip counts. Okay. And then an item is successfully crafted under pressure.
Yeah, you
Absolutely.
created
Yeah,
a giant
cool.
springboard tension rod that
And I can take that grit that I got from procking too, and now I'm at 9 grit.
nice.
Wow.
You're a
Yeah.
monster.
Porter.
Insane.
So my path is the path of the peddler, so it's all about selling shit. My first one, you restock your inventory. I got a fuel cube from my partner, and that went into my inventory.
Yeah. Well, you're not selling that though. You owe that.
Well, no, I'm gonna give them the spurs. Are you kidding me? I'm keeping the fuel cube.
Are you selling the fuel cube?
If somebody wants to buy it, it's gonna be on the shelf.
All right, fine. If you're putting it on the shelf, there's your XP.
And then the second one, you accept a trade for product instead of money. I wanted to justify. I actually just tried to make this dead out happen in the session, and it didn't. If Dex had a first aid cube, then
Sure.
that would have been my trade. Like, I'll fix you up for the first aid cube, but I had to give up a first aid cube for him.
Ah.
Whatever.
Sorry, I
Um,
got shot a bunch instead of you.
I can't really think of anything else. You draw a crowd to inspect your wares. Did a crowd show up in the
Yeah,
square?
I didn't go through the efforts of like explaining it, but like
Yeah.
like the town was paying attention to the commotion, and then you stepped out and were like, "Hey everyone, I'm not a bigot. Come buy from me."
Great.
Such a low bar.
Hey, take him when you can get him. And then a deal is made that is tilted in your favor. I thought bringing Nicolette was just like an added bonus to a deal that we had already kind of made, so that tilted in our favor.
that didn't really. That's not. So the deal, like, just turning in a bounty isn't like a deal tilted in your favor. It's just fair trade.
Yeah.
So and like it had nothing to do with what you were.
Oh,
already-
no. You got it. The sheriff agreed to put Booth, like, on hold and keep him off the
yeah.
street for days. For
you
literal
know what?
days.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
She just gave you
Yeah.
the town. She's like, "Yeah, I'll run him out of town."
Thanks, Rebecca. All right, so that's 3 of mine.
All right, Gus.
Yeah.
You guys have
I think
10
I got a
XP
couple.
already. Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm a brawler, so mine are about fighting things, and we did that this session. My first one is you choose not to fight someone you believe you could beat. And like I tried to set that up with like giving him an out at the end of the fight, but I don't think it lasts. I think he just bounced before that could happen.
No.
I was observed performing an amazing feat of athleticism.
That,
For
that
sure.
definitely happened. Yeah, you used your illuminated powers to do something insane.
A problem was resolved with a show of strength. The cart was being stolen, and then it was not being stolen.
Yeah, they bailed as soon as you almost killed them.
And then someone with superior firepower is defeated in close combat. He had some like very interesting, cool weapons. I don't know.
Interesting, but they're still
I
they were
don't know if that
mostly
counts.
melee weapons, so it wasn't quite the same
Hmm.
thing. Had you like
Okay.
made it I don't know how. Had you made it to the sniper and like fucking like drop kicked the sniper, that would be a different story.
I would have loved to do that. But no.
Is that it then? All
Right,
right,
and
so
that's me.
that's 12. So all of you get the grit for each of you getting 2 of your experience. Also, all of you get a grit for roleplay throughout the session. Good job.
10 grit.
And yeah, I assume you guys level up with 12 XP. So
We have to.
yeah, so we're gonna call it
We'll
for
be level
tonight.
4.
And we're gonna call it for
Um,
tonight. And then
yeah.
oh, what's up? Got something?
Oh, nothing. Go ahead. Finish your thing.
Well, I was just gonna say we're gonna be back on next week.
Yeah.
March
So
3rd.
for those of you who joined us right at the end, we are on every Tuesday at 8 Central here on Waypoint Live. We are playing Manifest the RPG, which is a soon to come out RPG that you can go to manifesttherpg.com to learn more. Also, if you want to find out more about like when we go live and stuff like that, obviously hit the follow button, and because we would love to have you back. And that's pretty much it. You can find our social media by searching Manifest RPG. Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah.
And thanks so much for
I will say,
Ink
if-
and Liar for the raid. That was amazing.
Yeah, and I will say, if you're interested in catching up on the episodes of this campaign, you don't need to watch the first campaign if you don't want to. It kind of sets up some of the history of this, but you don't have to feel like you have to go through that in that large backlog just to jump in. We have a few episodes here. If you want to catch up on like those 3, you can find everything we've done on YouTube. So go to YouTube, watch a few episodes if you want. Otherwise, if you don't want to do that, just jump in next session. They just finished a little mini arc. They got the stuff to the place. It's done. Now they're gonna move forward. So we try to do as thorough a recap as possible every week. So feel free to jump in next week without having done any extra watching or homework. We're here, and we're gonna have a lot of fun playing. Hopefully, you guys have fun watching. Thank you to everyone in the chat. I'm glad that the new channel points system helped spice things up a
Yeah,
lot.
so fun.
We had a lot of
I
fun
love that.
with that. Yeah, the more you watch, the more channel points you get, and the more you can interact with the gameplay. So, definitely.
Also, if you have ideas that you'd like to see us do with channel points, let us know. If we can make it happen, we'll do it.
Thank you all so much for watching. We had a ton of fun. We're gonna see you all next week. Until then, be good, stay safe, be excellent. We love you all. Bye.
Bye.
Let's listen to this awesome music from our very own Seth Lilly.
Yes, Seth wrote
Woo,
this.
Seth!
The same one in this call?
That guy right there.
No,
That
no, this way.
one.
Oh my
There, this way.
Wow.